He's checking it out. He's looking to see where we are headed. Where are we going, Mama? Where are we going? He's checking it out. Oh, that sun is so bright. Now avoid all the obstacles. That word always makes me think of, oh brother, where are you? Because of the obstacles. Oh my goodness, that is bright. Woo! Let's get you guys turned around here. Holy cow, that's bright. Okay, let's see how long this lasts until my phone goes dead again. I mean, I've got it plugged in. Let's see. I mean, yeah, and it was plugged in all night. It is slow charging, and it's not keeping up with my lights anymore. Okay, gotta get clear over here. Keep that trailer out of the dirt. Okay. Wyoming. Good morning, Richard. Good morning, good morning. We are, we're in Sinclair, Wyoming at the I-80 Travel Plaza, the Stinker Travel Plaza, and we are headed to Ogden for fuel. That's what's going on here. I started my luck of the draw blanket last night, didn't get very far. Hi, Samantha. Started that. I didn't even finish my chainless foundation single crochet row yet. Okie dokie. Hello, Hedgehog's Homestead is here. Yay! Thankfully, we're headed west because that sun coming up in the east is bright. It's beautiful today. Beautiful. It's in the, I'm going to say, low to mid 20s. Jocelyn. Oh, you picked up the wrong phone? I love it. So, Richard is not you. Gotcha. Gotcha. I wondered. I had to think about that. I'm like, I bet that's not Richard. So yes, I have my luck of the draw cow. I just uploaded a video. I got it. Oh, it's very sunny. I've got it very, drawn out, planned out, my, organized chaos going on with that blanket. Oh, and I showed all the colors because, yeah, my phone went dead when I was on my way to Hobby Lobby. It went dead when I tried to, good to see you too. Thank you for being here. It went dead when I was trying to show all the, yarn I bought yesterday. That was fun. And I love that I was kind of in a hurry because I wanted to get down the road with this load. So it really made me just kind of throw caution to the wind when I was grabbing those skeins of yarn and choosing colors out of the bins there at Hobby Lobby. So everything is random, almost random about this blanket. I mean, there's a lot of randomness going on. So I like that. I like organized chaos. That makes me happy. That's my jam, organized chaos. It's kind of like, I seldom fold clothes anymore, but they're organized by, shirts, jeans, socks, that kind of thing. And I separate them by that, but I seldom fold clothes. I fold sheets because they're so big, and I don't want, like the pillowcase. Hello, Stephanie. I don't want the pillowcase like lost or socks lost in the sheets. So yeah, I fold those. I'm pretty good at folding fitted sheets. Now isn't that a talent? I need a little bit of heat in here. We gotta move this. Get a little bit of heat in here. There we go. There we go. So yes, I'm very excited about the luck of the draw cow. Didn't get very far with it last night because, like I was saying, you know, by the time I get all set up and, you know, the puppy's taken care of, I'm taken care of, I'm in my jammies, and I got a movie planned, and man, my eyes are heavy. So that's what happens there. Well, I don't know if you guys can see that, but the like whatever they use, the printed material on the front of that Best Western billboard, it is just, oh crap, I gotta get over. I was staring at that billboard. It was just like going in waves because of the wind. The wind is very, very strong right now. If it gets too strong, I'm gonna pull over and say, hey, I'm crocheting, waiting for the wind. But I'm just on the backside, you know, of that Elk Mountain area coming into Rollins. So hopefully the winds will get better the further west I go. They usually do. But it's Wyoming. It is like some of the harshest weather in the country. And even though it's sunny, blue skies, clear, dry pavement, woo-wee, I'm dealing with wind. I wonder if I have that app on my, or I don't have the, excuse me, the Wyoming app on my tablet here. Let me see if I can get it. See if I have room on my tablet. It's just crazy. Okay, Wyoming. There we go. I don't know if it'll let me install it or not. Let's see. Might have too many apps on the phone. Or on the, oh, it's, there we go. It won't let me. I don't have enough room on my, good morning, Tammy, on my tablet to look at it, so I'm going to have to look at it on the phone. Hang on just a second. This will probably make you buffer. I got to see what, and we're back. So, yeah, it is, so here's what happened yesterday. I was talking to my friend Joe, and I was coming into Laramie to get fuel, and I thought, you know, Elk Mountain is closed because of the wind, and Highway 30 is closed because of the wind, and my plan was, oh, I'm just going to park at Laramie and start crocheting, right? No, by the time I got to Laramie, it wasn't closed anymore. And so when you look at the map on the Wyoming 511 app, you know, it's either green, or it's yellow, or it's orange, or it's red. When it's orange, I hesitate, even if I'm heavy. Sometimes I'll go, depends on how long that has been like that. It's been there a long time, you know, if it's shown like that for quite a while, and we're getting close to when that windstorm is supposed to end, then I'll go. If I'm light, I don't go over if it's orange. Well, yesterday it was red, going over Elk Mountain, or my favorite bypass, thank you Audrey for that, the Highway 30 to go around through, just on, you know, the old portion of the old Lincoln Highway. Well, it went from red to yellow before I got to Laramie yesterday, and I'm like, dang it, now I got to do my job. I got to be a grown-up, do my job, and not, you know, pull over early to crochet. So I did that. I went over Elk Mountain, and I got pushed around just a little, not bad, you know, not like making me want to cry and pull over and hide somewhere. I got pushed around a little bit, maybe a little more than I'm getting pushed around right now, but this should get better. And then there's going to be, according to the 511 app, it'll go to, it's yellow up ahead of me, and then it goes green again. But behind me, I am very happy that I did get over Elk Mountain yesterday, because everything went back to being red. Now that doesn't mean, when it says red, road closed to light and high profile, light or high profile vehicles, they don't drop, the arm and close. What they do is they let us truck drivers, whether we're light or heavy, we are high profile. So that means to us. And if we decide to go over the mountain when, there's a warning like that, if we blow over, we will get a huge ticket. Huge ticket, I guess. I have no idea how huge. But, they will not bother us. They will let us make that judgment call on our own. The Wyoming State Police. But, if we do have an incident, when there's one of those high wind warnings, it's a huge ticket. So, I'm around, I think, 76,000 pounds. So when I went over, Elk Mountain yesterday, that was a judgment call, because I would have stayed put in Laramie had the road stayed red. But it went from red, skipped over orange, and went to yellow. Well, at yellow, we're talking about 40 plus mile an hour wind gusts. That is not sustained winds. That means some rogue wind, came across that area, and they measured it at 40 miles an hour. It's a random wind. And, you can get a rogue wind no matter where you are. No matter what time of day, no matter what part of the world, you could just suddenly get a rogue, crazy, out of the blue wind. And wind gusts are unpredictable. You cannot predict them. They are getting pretty good at predicting how long these high wind events are going to last. And I tell you, they are usually spot on, or their prediction is a little longer than what actually happened. So a lot of times we're sitting there waiting out a windstorm in Rawlins or Laramie, and they say, okay, oh, I know, Tammy. I know, I got that so on my brain. So anyway, like it says right now, I think it says at 1500 today, this wind event is supposed to be done. And I guarantee you, if you rolled out at 1500 today, this wind event would be over. But I think they're conservative in their guess, because a lot of times that wind event will be over when, like an hour or two before that. So they're conservative in their prediction. Did that stator come out behind me? Is he following me? Huh. What did I do? Oh, I should turn on my lights, that's for sure. Yeah, here he comes. But he's coming across he came out behind, I think that's him. I'm not positive because my side mirror is, kind of vibrating and I can't tell. So I'm doing 60. Of course, what I'm doing is, oh, he's pulling over. Oh, he's coming up to one of those emergency crossover places. He just moved, is all. He just moved up down the freeway. Okay. Whew, I thought, oh no, here we go. I'm gonna have an inspection, roadside inspection. Because I wasn't speeding. I tell you, I can't speed. First of all, speed limit all along here is like 75, 80 miles an hour for trucks and four-wheelers. But this thing is, I'm gonna turn that off. this thing is governed at 70, plus I have this wind that is pretty much a headwind. You know, in some areas where the freeway turns, it's a crosswind, and that's always concerning. Boy, there are a lot of trucks at the Flying J. I think, oh, they're shut down because eastbound is closed. But anyway, I've got a headwind. Sometimes it's crosswind when we turn, and that's concerning, but mostly it's a headwind. And I've got my cruise set at 70, and I just got up to 56. I'm climbing. I'm getting a little faster, but I'll probably kick it off up here because it's going to be more of a crosswind, and it's better if you're going slower. I mean, some of these guys, it doesn't bother them. But it's safer, you know, if you're concerned about a blowover and high winds, to go slower. All the research shows that. And there's been a lot of wind research in Wyoming, let me tell you. So yeah, the luck of the draw, I have actually started it. I didn't get the whole, you know, chainless foundation, single crochet foundation row done yet, but I'm like 3/4 of the way or more done. I'm just eyeballing it, you know, as far as width. You know, I have a twin size bed here in the truck. I want it to be maybe a hair over 36 inches wide. I can eyeball 3 feet. Because if I do give that blanket to my mom, you know, I want her to have an afternoon nap blanket for the couch. Or something to wrap up in if it gets a little chilly in the house. Something for the kitties to take naps on. And it'll be kind of heavy being in that thermal stitch. Okay, hedgehogs, thank you, and God bless, and thank you for coming in. It's good to see you. So I love these homesteading channels. I love them! They kind of make me a little homesick for my place out in Peyton, Colorado, but I'm happy and content with, you know, where I'm at right now in life. Maybe someday when I retire on, you know, a little piece of property where I've got a motorhome, you know, 50 amp service, and you know, maybe I'll put a little plot. Good morning, Cheryl. Good morning, Cheryl. Yeah, I've got, hello, Regina. I have definitely got my new blanket on the brain. And you know, that's how it is all day long. I'm thinking about crochet and stuff I want to do. And you know, then I'm tired when I get parked. But tonight, okay, so here's my goal for tonight. I'm going to finish the single crochet chainless foundation row, and I'm going to come back with the thermal stitch. So you might call that a row and a half because of the way it overlaps the previous row, or you might call that 2 rows. Then I'm going to measure it and see how wide that is. I'd like it to be about around 1 inch. It might be 1.5 inches. And then, speaking of thermal stitch, like, I want to, you know, figure out a good border for a thermal stitch project. Because I would like this blanket to have a border. So that's something I'm going to be looking at. I don't see where anyone has done a border on a thermal stitch project. I don't even see, you know, I have seen a couple of videos, like 1 or 2 videos on YouTube where, you know, the person doing the video said they were doing a thermal stitch. Absolutely is not a thermal stitch. They say they're doing a blanket, you know, a thermal stitch blanket. Nope, that's not a thermal stitch, sorry. It's their version of a thermal stitch, which is great. Tammy, night before last, I finished the row I had stopped on, and I came back and completed a full row. That was Thursday night. I did what I was supposed to do. And Laura was so funny, Mad Mimi. When I was in Sandy's live, I'm like, I hereby pledge to do at least one row on the blanket. And Laura was like, okay, loser, I want a picture of that when you're done. And so I texted her a picture. Look out, crows. You can work on your snack after I go by. There you go. So I did. I texted her a picture and said, good night, I'm wiped out. So let's think about all the people who, let's try to list. I'm trying to think of all the people who are doing the luck of the draw. So we've got Mad Mimi is a hot. I love her so much. So Laura, Mad Mimi, is doing the luck of the draw. Lynette, Charmed Grammy, Alaska Cat, Crafty Gal, Victoria, the Crotchety Clogger, Marianne, me, and Nancy, you know, the originator, the author of the whole great thing. Who else is doing it? You guys, a lot of you guys are doing it. Good morning, Teresa. I love you, girl. Good morning, girl. We've been talking about Nancy's luck of the draw, Cal, because that's on my brain, and I started it last night. I'm actually doing it this year for the first time. I finally put away the excuses and said, if I don't just jump in and do it, I'll continue to make excuses every year and never get it done. This is a year of finishing my projects. I'm getting serious about that. I'm serious about losing 50 pounds in 2 years. 50 gone by 2024. So that next year can be the year of education. It's something else that I keep putting off. I want to do all those American Crochet Association classes. Miss Southern Belle. I went shopping yesterday, and I just uploaded a video this morning on what I bought. I went shopping at Hobby Lobby. Got the yarn for the luck of the draw blanket, and then I slipped around the corner and went to King Super, a very nice grocery store. You could think of a pattern, Cheryl. Well, you can use hers. You can use mine. You can use Mile a Minute. You could do squares. The First Time by Darius Rucker. I love Darius Rucker. I know, somebody was talking about in a video this morning I was watching about, here's where I'm going to put all my finished projects, and I'm like, what is this finished you speak of? Finished is not a word for me. Well, I uploaded a video this morning, Teresa, that shows the colors I chose for Nancy's crochet along. The luck of the draw. It's not only random numbers, for what color each row is going to be, but also thanks to the girl over at Lefty Crochets and Mirror Knits, who just started her channel. I've got random numbers for how wide my rows are. All my rows are going to be random and different widths. So, the rows are not all going to be the same width or the same height, I should say. A lot of them are going to be 1 inch. A few are going to be 2. A bunch are going to be 3, and then 4. And the widest, I think 3 or 4 of the rows are going to be 5 inches. Not anymore. They used to have a weekly 40% off, and I think they used to take other people's coupons. Well, they don't do that anymore. and they're closed on Sundays, but they have the best selection. And I just bought all that yarn that I got yesterday in that huge bag, plus a couple other things for $57. So all the yarn at Hobby Lobby when I went shopping yesterday was 30% off. Yeah, they give, yeah, and also I believe Michael's will take other stores' coupons. I know that Joann's does. But the reason why I chose Hobby Lobby is because, first of all, the I Love This yarn is an excellent yarn for a blanket like this. And also because I have maybe once, maybe twice in my life walked in there for a specific color and they were out of it. They had all these choices. So it's basically, good morning, Lorley. It was basically, I chose Hobby Lobby because I knew there would be plenty of options, lots of yarn in stock. And I got 30% off the whole, I bought 13 skeins of yarn, one cake, one sugar wheel cake to add to, you know, Aunt Martha's blanket, and I got some yarn needles, my favorite yarn needles for weaving in ends. All of that for $57 and some change. So that was a good deal considering the quality of yarn that I bought. How come you're getting overdue? Oh, because there's a car right there. Okay, let's go around that car. Let's do that. Do you shop kick off your phone? No, I don't. I don't have time. I've tried to do that kind of thing I don't know how many times, and I have to keep my life simple. When I shop when I plan out a grocery shopping list, because of my experience with the grocery game and with Hot Coupon World, I figured out how to get a lot of really low price groceries, and that's fun to me. But the other stuff, I don't have time scanning those receipts, and most of the time those rewards programs don't cover the things that I buy, because first of all, I'm low carb, so I'm not buying prepackaged foods. I'm not buying most of the things that are on those, you know, reward apps. I don't buy because I don't buy soda, I don't buy juices. I just don't buy most of those things. Lorelei, you're going to love working with that yarn. It is so nice. So nice. Okay, we went around that car. So the wind has kind of died down, but it's supposed to pick up here ahead of me for a little while, maybe 50 miles or so, and then it's supposed to die down again. And now we are climbing the hill. Yeah, those Ibotta and all that kind of stuff, you know, the places where I shop. I mean, there are a few things on there like from Flying J and Pilot at the truck stops, but they're not things that I would buy. I don't buy candy unless it's sugar-free. Right now I'm really into these sugar-free peanut butter cups. When I have a sweet craving, I'll grab, you know, one of those. But mostly I eat meat and avocados, a little lettuce and tomato, sometimes a bite or two of cottage cheese. Because I'm back on my Atkins lifestyle. Back on it. Gotta keep things simple when I'm on the road. I overcomplicated enough with my dang crochet projects. But I have a plan now. So tonight my plan, this is my pledge. I will finish the foundation row, and then I will come back and do at least one more row on my luck of the draw count. I'm sure you're liking using that alpha hook, the Furls alpha hook, I only have one. And it's the 5.5 millimeter eye hook. Love it! I'm really getting better. Have you heard of Smiley's Yarns? Amazing prices, but only shipped within the U.S. I've heard of them. I have never checked them out. Never checked them out. Where, like I was saying yesterday, if I had patience, I would have gone online and ordered the yarn for the Luck of the Draw Cow, but I don't. I probably would have ordered Premier because I really am starting to enjoy and like the Premier yarns. That's what I'm using for Selena Baca's Artisan Afghan. But I wanted something right now, and I trusted Hobby Lobby to have a wide selection, a huge selection of good, you know, acrylic yarn that I like working with in many, many, many colors. So, and it was so random because I was kind of trying to hurry and get back to the yard and grab this load and get as far as I could into Wyoming last night. So this whole blanket, there's so much randomness with this blanket, and I'm loving that. To me, it's organized chaos. Loving it. This guy must be doing like 70, 71 miles an hour because my radar is holding me back. When you take your time off, you can do a lot of crocheting. Well, that's always the plan, but it's like, you know, one day Sandra and I are going to go shopping over the hill, over the hill. We live in a little valley called the Valley of Plenty, and that's Gem County. In our little town of Emmett, and most of the places we want to go shopping is over the hill. We'll go over the hill into Napa, Meridian, Boise, whatever, like 2 or 3 days of the days I have off, and because I am stocking up for getting back out on the road. And then one day, we have the Emmett, Idaho Yarny Social when I'm home. I host that in the basement of our church building, where we have coffee and tea and snacks and all kinds of things, snacks. Lately we've been having, like people are bringing yarn that they want to, get rid of out of their stash. Oh, that sounds like a nice blanket. I love that. DK. That is what I'm using for the, for Selena Baca's Artisan Afghan. Love that. Love that. I love that blanket. It is very eclectic. I love it. So anyway, we got that goes on all day. If there's a Wednesday night that I'm home, we got church. If there's a Sunday morning or Sunday evening that I'm home, we got church. I don't have a lot of time, but I do try to make time, because in the mornings I do my online blog with some Bible study or whatever. I do some Bible study on there. I plan on doing some other blog posts, and I only do that while I'm home. I have things that I have to do for the yarn bus, like, pack everything, make the yarn bus roadworthy so that I can run to the other side of town to get propane and then get back and set it back up again. This time when I'm home, the plan is that when, the last day that I'm there, I'm going to get the big truck, all loaded up and ready to go. Then I'm going to drive the yarn bus over to Caldwell and leave it there so that my mechanic can work on that generator. And I'm going to, then I'm going to get a ride back over to Emmett, which it's like 40 plus miles. Hopefully my friend Lynn can give me a ride back. She's so sweet to do that all the time, run me back and forth. And then I'll get on the truck and bobtail back to Napa and get, the trailer I need for my next load. So I am busy when I'm home, but I have to be more disciplined when it comes to doing, you know, a little bit of work every day on my projects. Fun work, of course, but I've got to be more disciplined with my evenings when I'm crocheting. Sometimes I sit up and I just grab a crochet project when I'm on the yarn bus and start crocheting because I feel like it. You know, I'm much more productive on anything I do the first half of the day. Whether it's driving, crocheting, you know, doing videos, whatever, I'm better in the morning than I am in the evening. There are people who are just the opposite. You know, they're better in the evening. They're more like night people. Not me. You guys have heard me get a little loopy after the sun goes down. Woo-wee! I get weird. Sun goes down, I get sleepy and weird. Okay, I can turn down that heat. Okay. Are you a night owl, Cheryl? I gotcha. You know, that's just how some people, you know, they feel better during that different times of the day. And for me, it's morning. I do better in the morning if I've gotten a good night's sleep. I did take a half a Benadryl last night with my evening vitamins, and I slept a little better. I don't want to take a whole one, and I don't want to take it after 8 o'clock at night. And I only do that, like, I think the most I've ever done that is like once a month. There'll be a night where I feel like, okay, I need to sleep pretty hard. Good morning, Diana. You're crocheting and listening. Cheryl, I gotcha. Some people's body clocks are different, you know? Just how it is. So this load isn't dog food, it's canned items. It's canned food, like broth and things like that. Yep, Stephanie, that's how I am. So yeah, canned food in the trailer, and it's going to Puyallup, Washington, that same place that I deliver the dog food. So I need to make a phone call when I end the live, if the live lasts long enough to get to Ogden, which is 481. No, it's not. Ogden is, let's see, I'm going to say, okay, we're at the 185, so we're 3 hours to the Utah-Wyoming line, and then it's about another hour down into Ogden. So in about 4 hours, we'll be in Ogden. I'm gonna, if we're still live, I'll end the live. If for some reason the phone kicks out before then, I'm not gonna come back on until this afternoon, maybe. Good morning, good morning. Maybe after Granny D or something like that. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna try to make it to the Bliss, Idaho westbound rest area today. That'll be about 520 miles. That'll make me happy, 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 happy. I'd be even happier if I could make it into Napa and bobtail to the house tonight to grab my double X vitamins because I'm running out, but that's not going to happen. Because that's way, I can't drive that many miles in one day. Not in the winter time, I can't. In the summer, I can more often, not all the time, but it's tougher for me to go that many miles in a day, and it's got to be a day where I've got a lot of energy. Speaking of which, I need some pork rinds. Where are my pork? Oh, there they are. There they are. Love my pork rinds. Has her live going right now too, but I needed, yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for doing that. She does a live, every morning? Yeah. Yeah, me too. Old Jeff, and it was easy because, when I called Jeff, he's not my DM. But when I call Jeff, these kind of decisions that get made, it's easy. It's, it's not like pulling teeth. It's not, I'm sorry, but with Kathleen, it is just a mess. We don't mesh. That's all there is to it. And I have asked 2 people now to switch me. And I need to make, somebody higher up, like number 2 in the company, who was supposed to call me and talk to me about it. And he never did, of course. But I'm going to tell him, you're the 3rd person I'm talking to about this, to get off of her board. And I'm tired of asking. I'm tired of, it's such a fight with her. And she's so confusing. And I think she plays little head games. She's one of those people who pretends, and there's somebody really big in the yarning community right now who does this a lot, and I won't have anything to do with her, but pretends to be all loving and sweet, and does that cult kind of behavior where they love bomb you, calling you all these pet names, and love bombing you to get you into her little cultish, social circle. And a lot of people believe that stuff. And hi Michelle, I'm doing good. So yeah, there's someone in our yarning community who does that, and it's like, I can gather more friends to my site than you. Yeah, I don't like that. And that's what my DM is like. It's like, just be real, just be real. Yeah, this person in the yarning community, I'm not going to say who it is, came into our community, a year and a half ago? And it's almost like she saw me as a threat. I mean, give me a break. But these people have a personality disorder, and they see anybody who they perceive as having more friends than them. They perceive this. It's just all a matter of your filters, They see that person as a threat, and they start friend stealing, and they do it by love bombing, which is a cult type behavior. When you first come in contact with people in a cult, they love bomb you. They say wonderful things to you and call you pet names, and the people who buy into that are all part of this little cult circle. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I'm so excited about that blanket. They're all part of this cult circle, and they don't realize what's happening to them. They don't realize this person is just like collecting people. And if you suddenly don't comply with this person who's doing this, the people in the cult will get like some negative, they'll get like some negative feedback from the leader of the cult. And, we don't want that. That doesn't feel good. So it's like they become behaviorally directed by that person. It is crazy. And it happens. It's happening in our own yarning community. But I had to run from it. I really did, because there are people who are part of that circle who are very emotionally healthy, and they don't let anybody determine who they are and what they say or do. But yet they can still stay friends with those people. To me, I don't have that emotional maturity. And so when I feel like I have been manipulated, I get angry because I have lost control of something in my world, and when I find out I've been manipulated, I am out of there, because I'm not as good as these other people at, there are people in that circle who are very good at just, being who they are. Hello, Trudy. And there are other people who are just like sheep. And if I feel like I have been treated like a sheep, I'm out. Yeah, I cannot stand being manipulated. Yeah, it's like my life needs to be not controlled by that other person. Hello, Maribel. Hello. So, you know, there are actually, you know, 2 people that come to mind in that circle of friends that are very manipulative. Passive aggressive personality disorder. Well, Cheryl, thankfully you're not part of that cult. You have never been part of that cult. They remain the sweetheart and get everyone else to do their dirty work. Yes, and there's some narcissism is becoming so epidemic now that they are now measuring it on a spectrum the same way they do with autism. So narcissism is now measured on a spectrum, on a scale. And that's what we have all going on over there is passive aggressiveness and narcissist behavior. Gaslighting. Oh my goodness. My DM does her little version of gaslighting. Yeah, and I won't be a part of it. I refuse to be a part of that. What that guy is hauling. Is that like foam insulation? That poor guy out here in the wind. I'm gonna pass England. Whoa, we made it to Wamsutter. You know what? And if you, Michelle, honestly, if you're not part of that cult either. I mean, none of you are. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about it. I mean, yes, we all subscribe to these people and you know, comment and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But Michelle, if you knew who they were, you know, it might ruin your experience on YouTube. But you guys are not part of that little cult. It's not healthy, yeah. And you guys are great just as you are. Charismatic people. Oh, yeah. Let me just mention a couple people who are emotionally healthy, who are so great and they don't get sucked in. Nicole from Addicted to Yarn and Joe from Joe's Web. Truly emotionally healthy people, those 2. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I hope I never get sucked into that kind of behavior, because I can, you know, get sucked into things, and then I'm like, whoa, what did I just do? Get me out of here. Get me out of this circle of influence, you know? So I don't let myself get sucked into that. Now, I'm not saying that these collaborations that are going on are bad. There are lots of collaborations going on right now, and I love them. I love them! They are so great. But 1 or 2 of them have been born out of this narcissistic kind of cult. You don't like yarn haul videos? Oh, I just did a yarn haul video. I'm sorry, Trudy. Don't watch it. Don't watch it. I don't do a lot of them, but, you know, sometimes I do. Thank you, Michelle. The trucker crochet lady. Well, hello to your husband. Good morning, hubby. Yeah, mine was small. Yeah, I didn't do like those huge ones. Like one time I watched an ice yarn haul that was like these huge bales of ice yarn from Krista at the Secret Yarnery. Now, I love Krista, but, you know, I couldn't watch that whole thing. It went on for hours. Yeah, and honestly, you guys being blissfully unaware, you know, just enjoy the channels that you're watching. Enjoy watching these collaborations. Just enjoy them. Oh, he's from Wyoming? Where at? I love Wyoming. It is on my short list of places to retire. I love that he's from Wyoming. I have a love-hate relationship with Wyoming. That's true. She needs to keep her shipping costs down. You know, but I couldn't watch, like the first time I watched, he's from Casper. Michelle, that is the area that I'm looking at. Casper, Gillette, Buffalo, Cody, somewhere up there. I'm looking, you know, that's the area. I might consider over in Thermopolis, because that's a really nice area. But I like the prairie with some pine tree on it. That's the kind of place, you know, I'm not looking for a huge piece of property to retire on, but I would like a place like that up in that part of Wyoming. That is like the best part of Wyoming. I love it. I love harsh winters. I have no problem being snowed in as long as I'm, you know, I was completely prepared for it. And if I need to get dug out, you know, in the past, I love it. Yes. You know, in the past, like when I lived on that 35 acres out northeast of Peyton, Colorado, if I needed to be dug out, I could just call one of my neighbors and say, hey, I'll give you some, you know, money for fuel for your tractor. Would you come, you know, dig out my 800-foot driveway? And they would. You know, they were great. And, you know, I want to live in that kind of rural area again. I'd love a small homestead. Yeah, you know, doesn't it usually happen in lives? I don't watch live shows. Oh, well, thank you, Cheryl. These people are communicating with each other on a different platform than YouTube. And then they come on YouTube and they have some great ideas, you know, in their collaborations. Great ideas. I just can't let myself get sucked into a lot of these collaborations and crochet alongs because, you know, I have trouble finishing projects. Those are great channels, Trudy. Those are great. They are wonderful. Those are wonderful channels because those are sweet people who don't get sucked in, right? They don't get sucked into the, you know, what eventually turns into something unhealthy and toxic. Like I was friends with somebody in that group and, well, the manipulator in her subtle way, you know, would like, it's like subtle emotional punishment if that friend of mine would be nice to me. So eventually that friend of mine called me up one day and was a complete jerk to me for no reason because she's easily manipulated into that. And so that manipulator, you know, did some emotional punishing and subtle suggesting. And so that person called me up, was an absolute jerk to me. And we haven't spoke since. I've blocked her. I've just kicked her out of my life. And it's too bad for her and I that manipulator did that. And honestly, that manipulator has, you know, that's how she's collecting. She collects people. She collects minions. And her and the other one, there's two of them in that group. They collect minions. And flying monkeys, I call them. And that day that person called me up and was a complete, I'm sorry, she was an ass to me. I was done. And it breaks my heart that she allowed that to happen. And she's not the only one. She's not the only one who completely freaked out, acted like I had committed this horrible offense against the manipulator. It's like, how dare you do that to her? And she hasn't spoke to me since. In fact, a couple of people did that. Yeah, that's all they want to do is steal friendships. And she has stolen a lot of friendships from me. And that's because I refuse. Because then what happens is, this has been documented millions of times. It's very common. if I go to the person who was so offended that, you know, this imagined slight, this imagined offense that I did happened, and how, you know, the manipulator has let everyone know that I have been so horrible to her, and her flying monkeys are like, how dare she? Okay, so, you know, instead of talking to me and you know, using common sense, they allowed themselves to be influenced by that, and they have completely cut me out of their life. Good morning, Jen. So, you know, so here's what I can't do. I can't reach out to those people and defend myself, because the manipulator has, this is what a typical manipulator like this does, they have prepared for that. They'll say, oh, she'll tell you it was this, but when she does, you know that she's lying. You know, they prepare for that. So, yeah, Lorley, you're right. It's never the same after that. You never completely emotionally trust that person again. So, yeah, it was hurtful. And if she was out to hurt me, she accomplished that, because she, in her friend collecting, like a bone collector, she was a friend collector. It's like she won, and she got a lot of those people taken away from me. And, you know, as someone that, you know, these people I considered friends, and it's like, you know, and obviously after a year and a half of this, I haven't gotten over it, because it still physically hurts to think of those friendships, you know, that just were severed. Oh, thank you, Trudy. I like listening to Ursula too. I think she's great. And Granny D, you know, I listen to those people. This morning I was watching Alaska Crafty Gal Victoria. Loved her video on the crochet along. Yeah, and I was completely, I was a huge target a year and a half ago. Huge! Well, you know, and I got pretty much ran out of that circle of friends, and that's just how it is. But I feel like, you know, despite the pain of losing those people and the emotional pain that she has inflicted on me, I'm better off. And I'm trying to be mentally and emotionally smart about it by not. I like Jan Carruthers too, but yeah, I don't, you know, I don't know a lot of people in her lives because they're overseas. And it's just, I don't know, you know, I want to be where it's familiar. And so I haven't met a lot of those people. I think if I was present more often in her lives and with Tracy's lives, I would get to know a lot more of those people, right? So it's a matter of stepping out of my comfort zone and getting in there and, you know, chatting with those people and getting to know them better. Thankfully, since I got kicked out of this, you know, group pretty much, I didn't get kicked out, I got ran out. And I ran, let me tell you. Oh, I bet it is, Trudy. But, you know, I have gained a lot more friendships on YouTube. Like you guys, you know, I really enjoy these lives with you guys. I love interacting with people and seeing the comments under the videos. You know, it gives you kind of a dopamine rush. That's something that, you know, studies have shown. So, you know, I just enjoy interacting with all of you over crochet and truck driving and dually and travel and homesteading and RVing. I love it all. Love it all. Yeah, Jan Carruthers, she has a very soothing voice. Woo! Like, and she's so sweet, you know, and she has great lives, but yeah, I'm like, not enough. Yeah, I do too. Jan, it was so nice to crochet with you in the Zoom. Zoom has been very fun. I'd like to do like some Zoom crochet get together times when I'm in the yarn bus, but I'm in a really bad, I need to get a little bit of a signal booster being out there on the yarn bus to do that. Very straight up. Yes, she does. See, I appreciate that. I don't appreciate the I'm pretending to be so sweet to you as a cover. You know, like it's a facade. And, you know, people are just, you know, love to have that special time. Wasn't that fun? I'm glad I was in a spot where we could do that. Crochet and crochet and crochet. Yeah, it's very painful, you know. It's a broken relationship, even though it's not like, you know, a romantic one where typically I would place all of my emotional cards. You know, it wasn't quite that painful, but it was still painful. It's still painful to this day to lose those friendships. Yes, our yarn community. Yes, yeah, Laura Lee, those friendships are, it's hard to make that emotional break, because it really is a break. It's a heart, you know, break. So, yeah. Yeah, you know, that happens too. That happens too. There's one live that's been going on, you know, several times during the week that I just refuse to be a part of, because that's part of that, you know, emotional, you know, I felt betrayal, and I can't watch that one. I do love watching Laura at Mad Mimi. I love Sandy, both the, you know, Sandy Left is Right, Sandy Crochet A. I love Lisa. Lisa's Crochet, Granny D. You know, I love listening to Mikey's tutorials as I'm going down the road, because I can mentally. Oh, isn't that nice? Yeah, you know, we have to take those emotional risks sometimes, but the minute I see a red flag, I'm done, you know. Let me, yeah, see, we have a couple of ladies at church that ghosted all of us all of a sudden. And one of them, well, they both act like, you know, they're a little bit angry. Good morning, Andrea. And you know, a couple of us are like, you know, we miss you. You know, and we're not like begging them to come back to our congregation. They have joined other congregations since then, and it's like, you know, now they've made, you know, put down roots in those churches. It's like, we don't want that, but we just miss you as our friend and our sisters, you know. So, you know, we miss them. We don't understand what happened. They won't talk to any of us over the phone. They will send us respond to a text occasionally with very careful words. But they have developed, you know, new relationships, you know, a new set of roots and new in, you know, other churches, which is, you know, I'm not going to try to drag them out of there. But I don't understand why they are, you know, they've left us. We still want to be friends with them. We still want to join them for our ladies' lunches and that kind of thing if they want to, you know. I'm not sure what happened there, but we just got to continue to love them and pray for them and hope that, you know, that situation is resolved. Andrea, sweet Andrea. See, now Andrea's another one that I love to watch. Love to watch her. Huh, Cheryl, I'm sorry. Sometimes, yes, I think so. I think that happens. But in the meantime, I've got some great crocheter, yarny, YouTubing people that I love, like you guys, to talk to. So the next little, like what I call kind of a checkpoint or a waypoint up here, we're coming up to Point of Rocks, and then we have Rock Springs, then Green River, then Little America, love Little America. And after that we go over the Sisters and we end up in Evanston, which is right after Evanston is the Utah border. I so appreciate our friendship. You are so sweet and so real. And, and more than that, watching your videos and lives, you're not one of those manipulators. You're not one of those people who I feel have like this agenda. You're like truly a joyful person to be connected to. So much. I mean, you and Sandy and Lisa and Granny D. I love all of you. And all the people that are in here today have been so sweet and so real. Hi, Dooley. Now we need to turn the heat back up again, huh? Look, oh, and yeah, Daigo, Granny D, Connie, and just another stitch, yes. We've got some great people and subscribers who have been a part of our community that, aren't like content creators. It's just a personal thing, and I'm not here to criticize anyone, but when, oh, they're funny, aren't they, Lisa and Cindy? Yes. You retired yesterday? Oh my goodness. Tunisian, oh my goodness, Naomi, that is wonderful. When someone says, please watch so-and-so's playlist, or come watch my playlist, I get a little turned off, and I'm like, that's a great gal, but I don't know why, it's just me, but that turns me off. And I'm like, nope, we're going somewhere else. And I'll go watch, when their videos come up in my feed, I'll go watch their videos. They got a good tutorial. But the minute it's like, please watch my playlist. Hello, Teresa. I know you still got the Rona. It hasn't been long enough. I hope you're getting better. Yeah, I love that your retirement. Yeah, I love, to see people retire is wonderful. Well, when someone says, watch my playlist, the problem is those watch hours are not organic. They're not organic. They're not real. Yeah, see, you are a big part of our crochet community. But if people are watching each other's playlists, hello, Michelle, those are not organic watch hours. And it is not sustainable for the life of your channel. Yeah. it's not organic. It's a very unrealistic way to get watch hours, and it's not sustainable. If you get watch hours that way, then you have to keep, for the life of your channel, you have to keep begging people to watch your playlists. And that's why I don't like it, because those are not real watch hours. You know, I watch somebody's video because I'm interested in the topic. Doesn't mean I'm going to watch all their videos. You know, I'm going to watch things organically. And I want people to watch my videos organically, because it really is something that interests them. And if it's not something that interests them, then I don't want them to be, you know, watching it out of doing me a favor. I want them to get something out of it, right? And to me, and this is just a guess, you know, if you're begging people to watch your playlists, then your mindset and your heart are not, you know, your channel is not about your subscribers and what you can give to them. To me, if I'm begging people to watch my playlist, my channel is about me, and I don't get any enjoyment about that. You know, if I'm just focused on me, then I'm not enjoying that. If the focus is on the subscribers and interacting with them and interacting with other channels, to me, that's the enjoyable part. That is the blessing. And if I'm putting up videos and doing lives that you guys enjoy, then all the more blessing, right? And people like Andrea have, you know, obviously that kind of heart. Gotta catch up here. Yeah, Cindy and Lisa, oh my goodness. I love Cindy and Lisa. I love Sandy at Crochet. I love Sandy at Left is Right, Granny D, Ola Joe. These are my people. Nicole at Addicted to Yarn, Joe from Joe's Web. This morning I really enjoyed Alaska Crafty Gal Victoria's video on, you know, her starting the luck of the draw. I like watching, I watched, I don't watch all of Lynette's videos. Lynette's one of my girls, that's for sure, over at Charmed Grammy. But, you know, I do enjoy, I kind of get hooked into, you know, the storyline of her. Like right now she's moving yarn and reorganizing, and she's doing that CJC crochet calendar thing. I love that. I love that she was talking about, I think she's doing the Canadian Crocheters pattern for the Luck of the Draw crochet along. Hello, Suze. Oh, yeah, I love our Canadians. Love them. Love our Canadians. Yeah, a lot of people are following this pattern that the Canadian Crocheter, you know, shared as the Luck of the Draw pattern for them. I haven't seen it. I like Scraptastic Yarns, love her. I love, you know, Creative Grandma. I love Crystal Abagaday. I don't watch, you know, a whole ton of her videos, but I do, you know, when I do watch her, I'm always so delighted with her. Oh, see, you know, that's just like her. That, oh, Jane is so funny. I love Jane. Scraptastic. And you know who I have really enjoyed is Carrie at Wildwood Lavender Farm. She also has a second channel she started. I think it's called Carrie Makes or something like that, because she's a crocheter, and she joined in on the Scorched Earth challenge last year. She did really good at getting a lot of things done. because I can fold fitted sheets. I can fold fitted sheets. Absolutely, I can fold fitted sheets. But I learned how to do that because I spend so many hours working in the laundry at a nursing home, the Mid-Columbia nursing home in the Dalles, Oregon. I did a lot of hours in the laundry, and it's Carrie with a C. C-A-R-R-I-E, and it's Wildwood Lavender Farms, and she also has that second channel. Yes, Crystal from Chronically Crocheting. I love her, and I love Michelle's Mosaics and more. Yeah, Carrie, C-A-R-R-I-E. She is great. I like Jamie from Jamie's Hooked. You know, these are very real people. You know, there are no pretenses, no facades, no phony love bombing to get you inside of their cult. I love Laura at Mad Mimi's Crochet and Forming. She's my loser friend, Laura. I wad them up. You know what? There is nothing that says you have to fold them. You can have like a shelf in a closet that is specifically for sheets, and you can wad up the fitted sheet with the flat sheet and just, you know, throw them in balls on that particular shelf of the closet. You have my permission. Yep, folding sheets. It was something I had to learn, not only with, you know, the laundry at the nursing home. There's also, you know, the time I spent working. There it is. Thank you, Ola Joe. Wild Woodland Lavender Farms. That's Carrie. I love Billy. I occasionally watch her. Yeah. I occasionally watch Billy. Yeah, Carrie at Wild Woodland Lavender Farms. Yeah, you could. I also learned. I worked at the Inn at the Dalles, which is an old motel in the Dalles, Oregon. Learned how to fold sheets there. Learned how to make beds there. I learned how to do hospital corners, and yeah, they taught me how to make beds. Oh yeah, you could learn on YouTube. I bet you could. I hadn't even thought of that. But you could also wad them up and throw them on a shelf. Wad them up with the matching flat sheet and pillowcases, and all those balls can be, you know, just laying on a shelf in the closet. You can do that. Absolutely, you can do that. Oh, here comes the wind again. We're in that windy part that I saw on the 511 app for Wyoming. Feeling a little wind. It's not too bad yet. But I guess it's really bad going up over Elk Mountain in the Arlington area. Yes, Andrea, thank you for posting that. Wild Woodland Lavender Farm, and she always has that second channel too, where she talks about, I think it's called Carrie Makes, something like that, where she does her, you know, crochet and that kind of stuff. She is a sweetie. Oh, okay. Trudy, take that puppy. Yep, I can't say that. I can't say that out loud. In fact, somebody's already. Yeah, just saying, there is nobody telling you you have to do that. Fellow Canadians, no snow. I'm folding t-shirts. You haven't crocheted at all? You know, when, you know, people talk about being, you know, in the summertime, they don't like doing Afghans. But the truth is, I'm usually in an air-conditioned area when it's hot out, so I crochet blankets all year long. Yeah, because is I'm sitting in air conditioning, so I'm not in a situation where the, how hot it is outside affects what I decide to crochet in the summer. But not everybody, has that. Are you loving the field trip, Sweet Tea? Sweet Tea, I have something to show you here. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Take a look at... There's the baby. Say hi to Sweet Tea, Dewey. It's like, I'm watching you, Mama. I'm making sure you're not messing up. Joyful Creations. She's great. Baby stuff, and you're going to be a grandmother again. That's wonderful. Yeah, these are part of, the Western Prairie. Now, the kind of Western Prairie that I like has some pine trees on them. Not huge pine forest, but some pine trees on them. Those are the parts of the Western Prairie that I love. Thanks to air conditioning. You rarely have air conditioning, only in shops. Oh, I see. Agaday Gary at Urban Yarns. Fiber Spider. Yes, I love these people. Oh, thank you so much. He loves you, T. He loves you. He's such a sweetie. Yes, I love all those people. Fiber Spider is great. I love Rose from Rose Likes Crochet. Love her. I love her wings program. I wish I could contribute more to that. I don't think I've sent her anything yet. It's always in my mind. I'm always like, I want to send something. And then, I let myself get overwhelmed with all my projects and I haven't done it. But one thing I did last year, and I'm going to do this year. My son and his... Yep, the baby is due any day now. That's right. Check out folding t-shirts in 2 seconds. Yeah, I like Wranglers and Grace in LA and t-shirts and my boots. So, what was I going to say? I forgot. It's gone. Wings. So here's... Oh, Trudy, that's wonderful. So here's, what I was asking for last year for the Pacific Northwest Yarny Social. Same thing for this year. Those who are attending, if they would like to bring an item to donate to the Wings program for the October collection, for whatever she has, last year I think it was dishcloths or something, for whatever she's asking for in October, I was asking that people, if they wanted to, they could make those items for the Wings program, bring them to the Pacific Northwest Yarny Social, and I would ship them all. And Rose, she'll open those packages on camera. So I'm going to, throw that out there again this year, that whoever's coming, if they would like to, we would appreciate, for whatever item. I'll have to look up and see what items will be asked for in October. And I will ask people if you'd like to donate, to the Wings program, bring that project or to the Pacific Northwest Yarny Social, and when we leave, I will box them all up and I will send them to Rose at Rose Likes Crochet. Oh yeah, grandbabies. Another project I need to make this year is my friend Pollyanna's latest grandchild, Walter, needs a blanket. My students, yes. I just enjoy them. I enjoy grandbabies through my friend Pollyanna and, my Yarny friends. And then I've got my nephews. Benjamin, Cole, and Lincoln. Love them. My cousins, Jacob and Gabriella. All my cousins' kids. My cousin Jen in Arizona has a couple of wonderful kids that I've never met. But I'm just happy for her that she has her children. And I am very content. Okay, so we're coming up to Point of Rocks. That's another waypoint. I think it's time to pull over and take a 5-second break. 5-second break. And maybe I'll take something like the chicken. I'll take the, if I don't forget, I'll take the chicken thighs out of the fridge and throw some stuff in there to marinate them while I'm driving. Hey. We can enjoy grandchildren through our crowds. Yeah. So that's my plan. I will ship them for the participants who want to, donate items for October. I think that's a great idea. Another one of those things I was thinking about while driving down the road. My mind just keeps turning and turning and turning and spinning, and it's like the squeaky gerbil wheel. Okay, so next waypoint is Rock Springs. Oh, I think that's great. Woo, I can feel the wind blowing. Woo. A couple of gusts kind of hit us a little. Whoa. It's a good thing I'm heavy today, or I'd be cowering somewhere in a parking lot. Morley, that would be so cool. That would be so cool. Oh, I would love that. I would so love that. Is it Lovey's? Okay, thank you. Thank you for, because I was, I need to go get caught up. Lovey's. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm with you, Trudy. Mine died 7 days before Christmas in 2011. I'm with you there. And my rock, my constant is you-know-who. Sitting back there in the bunk. Woo, the wind is blowing. Oh yeah, this is no bueno. No fun, no good, no bueno. Not crazy about the wind right now, but I kicked off the cruise, slowed down a little bit. It'll probably hit me coming around this corner. Oh yeah. Okay, go do that. You know what for you know who. You know I can't say that out loud. I'll get the eyeball. I'll get the eyeball. What'd you say? What'd you say? Oh yeah, it's windy. Windy, windy, windy. Did you get yours started last night too, Michelle? Are we talking about the, Michelle, are we talking about the luck of the draw? Yes, Andrea, I can't say that out loud because I get the eyeball. What you talking about, Mama? Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. I'm fighting the wind right now. Ninja Bunny just uploaded something called How to Crochet Corner to Corner Rainbow something or another. Might be another video to throw into the watch later list. Woo-wee! Wind is blowing. Wind is blowing. I'm looking for a white spot. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I'm very excited. For those of you who haven't checked out the Artisan Afghan by Selena Baca, the pattern, okay, Suze, have a great day. Selena Baca's patterns, she has them on Ravelry, and I love the Artisan Afghan. Now, like I said, she used some indie yarn that was beautiful, beautiful. I went and came up with my own colors out of Premier DK, and it is turning out beautiful. And it is very, what is our word of the live? Eclectic. Lefty! Okay. I mentioned you this morning in my, the video I uploaded. You have been mentioned and linked and shouted out because your answer to my question yesterday is the one I just grabbed and ran with this morning. So now I know how many inches high. Yeah, Lefty, this was an uploaded video. I went up this morning about, I want to say around 7 o'clock Mountain Time. That question I asked yesterday about 39 numbers that add up to 70 and nothing over the number 6. Your answer is, you know, I got a couple of answers and I'm like, this one. I just grabbed it. I just took it and I wrote it all down and I came up with my plan using your numbers, a little bit of tweaking, and I came up with how tall all of my rows are going to be. So that my rows are all random different heights. So thank you for that. Oh, shawl pattern books. Cool. Yes. Selena Baca has several books on Amazon. Yes, thank you so much. I just immediately looked at your numbers and started writing them down, and now I have a plan. Organized chaos is what's going on. I think I'll call that blanket the Stormy Beach or something like that. Stormy Beach, because it's pretty much like sea and beach colors, and it's so random. You know, luck of the draw, drawing the colors, random on the height of each of the rows. Maybe you guys can help me come up with a better name than Stormy Beach. I love it. I love it. Woo-wee. That wind is blowing. Stormy Beach, do you like that, Andrea? Thank you. See? Well, you know, that's what it takes to get, you know, it's kind of a complicated problem, and a couple people were like, well, here you go, and it wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but maybe I wasn't very clear. But yours came up, you know, perfectly. That's what I was looking for, was all those numbers, so I could decide how tall each row is going to be how many inches tall, and that was exactly what I was looking for, so I just grabbed it. Wonderful. I appreciate that you took the time to do that, because I get to thinking, oh, I need to do that, and I was thinking about doing it like that with a spreadsheet. Then I start feeling overwhelmed because I got so many things I want to do. You know what I mean? I'm a procrastinator. Which is a trait of the driver personality. So, this is one of my favorite subjects. I am an expressive driver. And this is of the 4 personality traits. Stephen West, is he in the Pacific Northwest area? Is he like local? Where is he located? Because yes, we need a knitter there. They're not sand dunes. This is just the prairie. Those are, years ago, the earth was flooded. And then there was a massive drainage. And those are from the drainage of all that, massive water that was covering the earth. So that's what those hills are. They're from massive water drainage. And they're just part of the prairie. Good morning, Wanda. Good morning, good morning. Did you get out of California? Where are you at? Okay, well, I will find out. Because we need a knitter. We need the knitting people represented, right? Isn't that amazing, Teresa? And there are many scientists who believe, good morning, Crystal, good morning, that places like the Grand Canyon. Oh, you made it back to Texas. You are doing great. You are good at your job, that's for sure. There are many, there's a whole, group of scientists who believe that the Grand Canyon was created that way, that it didn't happen over millions and millions of years, that it happened because the earth was flooded and there was a massive, fast drainage, relatively fast, that water came from, up higher in the elevations like Colorado and Montana, and that's the direction that it drained. So think about leaving your hose on running in the yard. So the water comes out of the hose and it kind of arches a little bit and then it hits one spot in the lawn, right? Leave that hose running just like that in that spot for a week, and what will happen? The water starts to carve. Looks like he's from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay. The water where it hits there, it's running all week long. It starts to carve a hole in the lawn. So there is, there's a huge scientific community that believes with a PH. Thank you, Tammy. So there's a huge scientific community that believes that that's how places like the Grand Canyon were actually created, because there are so many evidences that don't support a millions of years of erosion type thing. That the evidences support more of a faster water drainage, like after a worldwide flood. So there's that. Did you, Laura Lee? Yeah, I've seen lots. I've seen lots of them like that. I saw one where the guy was standing in a small canyon and he was explaining that, you know, traditional beliefs would say that this small canyon was created over thousands of years, but the truth is it's younger than I am. And he's right, because I know what day he's talking about. It was May. It was a Sunday in May in 1980 when Mount St. Helens blew, and that small canyon has been created since then. So, yeah, it's younger than I am, and I was in the 5th grade when Mount St. Helens blew. So, yeah. There is a whole scientific community who are taking these evidences and saying, wait a minute, that didn't happen over millions of years. That happened in a relatively short amount of time. And they're learning a lot from the St. Helens eruption about, you know, how these geographical things are created over, you know, certain periods of time. Oh. I was going to talk about the 4 personality styles, so I love this. You know, since I learned this, it seems like a lot of people have really overcomplicated it. But let's just say, let's just take a piece of paper in our mind and put a big cross. And in the upper left-hand quadrant, we'll put a driver, which is like a picture of a lion. And his name is Driver. And then over on the right, in the upper right-hand quadrant, we have a monkey, and his name is, oh, it just escaped me. I'm the monkey. Expressive. The expressive monkey. Okay. Then in the lower left-hand quadrant, we have an analytical, and he is an owl. The analytical owl. And in the lower right-hand quadrant, we have the amiable turtle, I think. Yeah, the amiable turtle. So, most people are predominantly a combination of 2 personality styles. Like me, I'm, you know, upper left and upper right. Upper right, and then I'm an expressive driver. Some people are driver analyticals, or they're more predominantly an analytical driver, or an amiable expressive, or an amiable analytical. What doesn't happen is going from one upper quadrant diagonally down to another. So you're not going to find an amiable driver unless you have like a clinical, some kind of personality disorder or something like that. There's also, you know, you don't do an analytical expressive. You don't make that cross unless there's something really weird going on. I shouldn't say personality disorder, but something weird going on. And what will happen with growth and maturity is that cross, you know, that crossover diagonal will go away, and the 2 dominant parts of your personality will line up more correctly. So I am an expressive driver. Now the lion, the driver, he is result oriented. The lion does not care how something gets accomplished as long as it is accomplished. Result oriented. Where the analytical alpha crazy person, I gotcha. Where the analytical in the lower left-hand corner, the owl, they are process oriented. It's like, you know, a scientist would be process oriented, because how you come to the conclusion, how you come to the result is just as important to them. In fact, in some ways, in most of them, the process is more important than the result. where the lion, the driver, the result is more important than the process. So that's the difference between an analytical and a driver. Now you can have an analytical driver. They're gonna figure out that process, go through it, they're gonna get their results. Bam, bam, bam. Another trait of the driver is procrastination. I don't know why, but it is a trait. Okay, so the expressive. The expressive has the messy car. The expressive likes to joke and laugh and tell stories. The monkey is a storyteller. And they're not going to care so much if everything is perfectly clean. We're a little bit messy. And then the amiable, they're the sweetest people. They don't care what the results are. They don't care what a process is. All they care about is being friendly and nice to everyone. That's the amiable. Everybody wants the turtle. Constantly a nice smile on their face. They don't get too excited. They don't get, too down. Very sweet. Now, everybody can be sweet. We've got sweet personalities in the other three styles too. But the amiable, that is their number one thing. They are sweet. They go along with everybody. They don't argue. That kind of thing. So then there's the dump your bucket line. So what happens when the driver, the driver's a fighter, right? We're not going to take any BS off of anybody. Shut that off. But when they get pushed and they get cornered and they get to what we call the dump your bucket line, the driver will revert to that crossed personality, the amiable. They will become very quiet, very, okay, I'm agreeable. That's what they will do. The dump your bucket line, then, can you be different combinations depending on like work or home? Yes, Cheryl, yes. I have found that I am different in different environments, but my predominant nature is I am a procrastinator. I am. Even though I do have a crazy lifestyle, on top of that, I'm a procrastinator. That if you are a day or night person, depends on when you were born. I don't know about that. But okay, so the expressive monkey, if your personality is an expressive monkey and you get cornered and somebody crosses that line with you, your bucket line turns you into an analytical. Okay, if we want to argue about this, let's look at the facts. You've made me angry. Now I'm going to use science against you. And being an expressive, I understand that because I can't argue. If I get in an argument that makes me angry, I'm like, okay, what is the greatest weapon against me? And that would be science and facts. So I'm going to revert to science and facts when I get to that dump your bucket line. And the analytical, when they get pushed and cornered and when it's time to dump their bucket, they turn into the expressive monkey. And don't ever corner an amiable. Never corner the amiable turtle, because they will come out fighting. When they cross that line, they're coming out as a driver lion. So when we dump our bucket, when we get to the dump your bucket line, how we come out fighting is the exact opposite of our predominant personality. So when I come out fighting, it's like, you know what? We're going to use facts. I'm going to use facts against you. I'm going to use, the process. I will turn into an analytical, and that's how I'm going to, win this argument. Blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I really enjoy personality styles. And I enjoyed learning about them back in the 90s. That was fun. I went to, I don't know how many business seminars, these huge seminars in San Francisco, San Jose, Denver, Portland. Where else did we go? I don't remember. But I went to several of those, and that's where I learned about that. Okay, we're coming into Rock Springs. And I need to turn the heat on again. I never get it right in here. You know that? I never get the temp just right, because now I'm chilly. There's the Rock Springs Flying J. That place is a postage stamp, and it's like, I don't like that place. It's hard to find parking because it's so small. Not a lot of room in there. So I've only been in there like once or twice in my life. Because I don't like it. I don't like it. So, those are the 4 different personality traits. It seems like there was a book we read way back then. Yeah. Only she used, instead of driver, expressive, analytical, amiable, she used the original, I think it was like a form of Greek. It was like Socrates came up with these 4 personality traits. Oh, definitely an expressive driver. And I do procrastinate. Oh my goodness. Just look at all the projects that I don't have finished. This is the year of finishing projects. Because next year I want it to be the year of education. Okay, so Lorley, that makes you're an amiable. So, and here's the thing, you could be an amiable, or you can be an amiable analytical, or you could be an amiable expressive. Some people are double drivers, some people are double expressives. But there's a predominant and there's a secondary, that drives these people, drives everyone. Mine, I start out as the expressive, and my secondary is the driver. Wanda, are you a procrastinator? I think you're a driver. Monkey turtle. Are you a monkey turtle? Yeah, I'm a monkey lion. I'm a monkey. Wanda's a lion. Lorelei, she's a turtle. Unless you get her cornered, she's gonna come out like a lion. She gonna get you. Never push an amiable. Never. It's crazy. It's cray-cray. They'll come out like with nunchucks and nunchuck you to the ground. You're back. It's still 30 degrees Celsius outside. So tell me, 30 degrees Celsius, that's pretty warm in Fahrenheit. If you tell me what that is in Fahrenheit, I'll know. But it seems to me 30 degrees Celsius is kind of warm. Oh. Is that 90, Trudy? Yeah, that's hot. That's not kind of warm. That's hot. I don't care if you're in a dry climate or a humid climate. 90 degrees is hot. Technically oriented. Okay, so maybe you are a analytical driver, because the analytical is a technical person who, you know, the process, learning the process is very important, where the driver is result oriented. 30 degrees equals 86. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Yes, that's hot. That's not like Phoenix, Arizona hot, but it's hot. Pretty dang warm is what that is. So you guys like that? You know, are you an owl lion, or are you like me, a monkey lion, or a turtle owl, or a turtle monkey? You know, I think it's fun. You know, there's no reason to hang labels on ourselves, right? But I have always enjoyed, you know, looking back at some of my behavior. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what you did there, yeah, monkey. Or, oh, that was a very lion trait there, girl. You're you. Exactly, Trudy, exactly. You know who you are, you know, and the older we get, the better we know ourselves, right? I think it's fun because I'm a monkey and I like fun things. I don't like to take a lot of things too seriously. Yeah, I don't like to take, you know, any of these things too seriously. There's only like one thing that I take pretty seriously, and that's, you know, my religious beliefs. An owl lion with procrastination. Yeah! Yes! I procrastinate. I'm a procrastinating monkey. But there are like original names. I can't remember what those words were, and I certainly couldn't always pronounce them, but they came out of Socrates. No, you didn't miss too much. Yes, yeah. So, yeah, I'm a monkey lion. Aren't those blue skies great? We got a little bit of clouds coming in, but that's just typical. It is winter time. Got some clouds over Green River, and then they clear up again. Then looks like we might have some clouds going over the Sisters, or maybe around Little America. Let's see, I have been on the road 2 hours now. It is time. Took me 50 years to Crescent, whatever. I don't want to do. I make myself do first and get away with it, then I can enjoy. Yeah. Analytic driver at work, but a monkey outside of work. Gotcha. Good morning, Petra. Good morning, Petra. Talk about an amiable. Here she comes. Here comes our amiable Petra. Because she's so sweet and she gets along with everybody and she doesn't like confrontation. And that's our girl. That is our sweet, sweet Petra right there. Amiable. You are very amiable. Everybody likes you. We're talking about 4 personality styles, and everybody likes you. You are so sweet. I don't know what your secondary is. It might be the expressive. I don't know. Just having some fun with the 4 personality traits this morning. I am an expressive driver. I like to tell stories and laugh and not take things too seriously. But I don't get along with everybody. I'm 63, and I want to say something. I do. If you don't, yeah. Anyway, we're having fun with that, Petra. You are a sweetie, sweetie. That's your personality trait. We are having a good time here this morning. We are just, where are we? I think we're headed into the Green River part of it, or did I pass Green River? I don't remember. Did we go through the tunnel? I don't think we did. We got to go through the tunnel. Petra is a honey. Yes, she is. That's our Petra. It's fun. I read a book on it once, and like I said, she used like the original Greek that like Socrates used when he described the 4 personality styles. And of course, I can't pronounce any of those, nor do I remember what they were. But we translated them in, these seminars and these big events that I used to go to. Into the driver, the expressive, the analytical, and the amiable. Checks in the mail. You might be an amiable expressive. I think that's pretty close to who you are. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I thought my friend Kathy was a driver. Nope, not at all. She is an amiable analytical. Oh my goodness. Or an analytical amiable. The owl and the turtle. She is definitely on the opposite side of the quadrants that I am. Oh yeah, here we're coming up to Green River. We still got to go through the tunnel, and then we're headed off. The next checkpoint is Little America, and then the Sisters, the hills, where we might do a little buffering. We've got some buffer zones through there, and then into Evanston. I am happy to see her too. I'm just happy to see our girl Petra. She's another one of those. When we were talking about some really nice channels to watch, I like Petra. She's on that list, that's for sure. Yeah, they use it for an excuse for bad behavior. They use it in marketing, and it's like, there's a form of marketing that is the old form of marketing that I appreciate because it is truly a position of giving and service, where the current form of marketing is more manipulation. And they use those 4 personality styles to manipulate people. And I don't want to manipulate anybody. I want to serve people what their true needs are. We all did, Laura Lee. We all had withdrawals, Petra withdrawals. Yeah, there's a, marketing at one point was all about serving needs. And that's the form of marketing that I appreciate and that I try to practice. I don't want to push one of my products or anything like that on somebody who really wouldn't be served by it, or who don't want to be served by it. Whether I think it would be good want to be served. I don't want to manipulate them into, say, going to my Amway store and buying something there. I want them to truly go there because it's something that they want to try, that they feel like would serve them. But to push that on somebody, no. And I think that has been the current form of marketing for a long time. And they use those 4 personality traits and all kinds of other things besides just that to manipulate people into buying stuff. I don't want to manipulate anybody. I want it to be truly organic. If Petra goes and buys some of that LOC It's because she has a use for it and feels that she has a need to fill. That's what I want to see. I don't want to, you know, market her into buying. Okay, Michelle. Nana Michelle. Yep, she did. So yeah, there's a different form of marketing. Marketing and business don't have to be a dirty word, right? The way it was originally done was give people the truth. Yeah, give people about all, and let them make the decision for themselves. Let them in everything. You know, be organic and let people organically try. You know, if they want to try something that you're selling, great. I'm not going to beg them. I'm not going to guilt them. I'm not going to manipulate them into buying something or participating in something. But now, the current form of product is to create these moral lines and, you know, turning things into, you know, a moral issue when it shouldn't be. Things should be, you know, if you want to take a position on something, it should be your own position, and it should be an informed position where, you know, not everything is black and white, but, you know, we are so being divided, and they're making things look like they are moral decisions when they're not. It is pretty here. I love it here. Yes, give people the truth. Okay, here we go. Little America is 20 miles away. Evanston is 85 miles away. And just past Evanston, we'll cross into Utah. And then it'll be a little over an hour, and we'll end up in Ogden, where I'm going to stop the live. And fear of missing out. Yeah, they do a lot of that. They do a lot of that. You know, get on the bandwagon. We called that bandwagon advertising back in the day. Get on the bandwagon because we're all doing it, and you don't want to be left out. That was one version of advertise we learned about back in the day, and to me that's just another form of manipulation. I mean, yeah, I'll say, oh, I'm so happy, you know, these people have joined me, but no. You know, I don't want you to join in some pattern or hashtag or whatever unless it's something, you know, that is right for you. Because I would feel bad if I, you know, talk somebody into buying something like the LOC or the dish drops or the SAA, and it turns out they're allergic to some of the ingredients. That would just, I would so hate that. I would so hate that. No, we're not anywhere near the Grand Tetons down here. Not down here. This is just, you know, how the prairie looks down here. The Grand Tetons are further north. Yep, this is Green River. This is the end of Green River up there where that Love's on the left up here. Yes, treats for the baby and pork rinds for me. That Love's on the left. That's like a brand new Love's. I don't even think it's a year old. I have never been to the Grand Tetons. I saw them once when I was flying from Denver to Portland because the can you? Wow. Good morning, Cloudy No Crochet. I saw them once. Like I said, we were flying from Denver to Portland, and the pilot pointed them out. That's the only time I've ever seen the Grand Tetons. And it was from, you know, way up there. But they were beautiful. Pretty cool looking. Oh, can't get the heat right. Paying bills as we drive along. Okay, Joyce. Pay those bills. Do your adulting. Do all that adulting. Trudy, I'm not even up to speed. I'm only at 56 miles an hour. Not even up there yet. Oh, just out of Driggs. You're twisting your hair. Kelly, I love you. I love you. You know what? Kelly's Crochet Adventures, everyone. Let's add her to that list of some of the best, greatest channels, you know, crochet channels we have to watch. She's part of that list. Her and Petra and Ola Joe, Granny D, Left is Right, Crochet A. You know, these are great. This is a great list that we've kind of come up with. This is my first time doing a road trip with you. Cloudy Nook Crochet. Yes, and Lefty Crochets and Mirror Knits. You don't say adulting. Yes. She has an introduction video up. So it looks like she is planning on doing more videos. So we are here encouraging you to do more videos. Yes, Kelly is great. I love watching Kelly. You guys, you know, all of you, everybody in here is like my list. You're my peoples. You're my peoples. There's that highway patrol again. He's been like leapfrogging me. Adulting is so overrated. I agree. It's like yesterday. I had to make a choice and I had to do some adulting. And when they opened up the road between Laramie and Rollins, I'm like, okay, so I'm not going to pull over in Laramie and start my luck of the draw. Yeah, someone please, yeah, my tribe. Someone please, whoever's in blue, please. Good morning, Eva. Drop Kelly's link and drop Lefty Crochet's link and everybody's link if you got the time. Yeah, yesterday I had to decide, since they opened the road, I'd better get on over into Rollins, do my adulting, do my job. Nana Michelle, you know, everybody's link. Thank you, Petra. Everybody needs their link dropped, really. I mean, this is not like a grow type life, but gosh, you know, you know, as long as it's done organically like this, yes. Everybody, you know, everybody, you know, check each other out. If it's not a channel that's your forte, then, you know, don't subscribe. But if it is, then do it. You know, I've had people come in here and say, drop my link, please, drop my link, please. And it's like, we're not a grow channel. We're here to talk. But, you know, there's nothing. Oh, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that, my blue ladies. I need to add some blue ladies when I'm not driving. I need more blue people. I need more ladies in blue dresses. Yes, please do. Make more videos. Show us your makes. You know, and the thing is, like, you know, I was talking to Trisha about a year and a half ago, probably a year and a half ago, and we were talking about the kind of videos that we like to watch. Oh, I love you, Kelly. I love all of you. Everybody in here is so wonderful. So we were talking about the kind of videos we like to watch. And yes, I've mentioned this before. And I'll give credit where credit is due. Trisha said, I like to be inspired. And that is exactly right. I like to watch videos and get inspired. Yes. Yeah. Well, I encourage you to do it. Show us what you made. You know, because it's all about crocheting a project, right? In the end, that's what it's about, is getting a crochet project done for whatever reason. You know, there's the lion coming out of me, the driver saying, results oriented. So she's right. She's absolutely right. I watch videos to be inspired to do a project. I love all of you, and you know, if you find someone else in here that you think is uploading content that you would really enjoy, please do subscribe to them. Please do. You know, Tammy, I was the same way. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Maybe before that. But there was a point where, you know, I'd been on YouTube and I kind of uploaded a video of Dooley or a video of the pony that made me laugh because he was so wicked. Oh, he was just so mean. He was a mean pony. You know, I'd uploaded a video or two. That's you adulting? Yeah, so, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, I wanted to learn how to make a pot holder because I was broke. My husband was gone. I had some cotton yarn and I looked up a pot holder. You know, I thought, well, maybe on YouTube I'll find something. And you know what I found? I found the thermal stitch pot holder. And I can't remember that gal's name, but I linked her in my pot holder video. This guy's going a lot slower than I want to go. Okay. So, in that video, I mean, it was a great tutorial, but it was kind of, you know, blurry, and I watched it. I must have watched that video 40 times. I'm gonna guess. I watched that video and I practiced, and I went to her website, to her blog, and I read where, you know, people were asking questions and how, you know, we figured out that end stitch was kind of hard to dig out sometimes. So I practiced that over and over again because when I moved to Idaho, my husband was gone. I had very little, you know, belongings. I had one towel and one washcloth to my name. So I just reused the washcloth or the towel a lot. I'd let it hang out on the line. And then I'd wash it after a couple of uses, you know, put it in the laundry. But I had no pot holders, no hot pads, you know, no rivets. I had no dishcloths. I had nothing in the kitchen. So I was using that poor towel and that poor washcloth for many things. So that's when out of necessity, I'm like, you know, I bet there's... So I did like a search online, how to crochet a hot pad, and I found the YouTube video for the thermal stitch pot holder. And like I said, you know, I wasn't that great of a crocheter. We're talking 2013. Thank you, Andrea, for doing that. That's awesome. And I watched that video over and over again, and I made all these wonky thermal stitch pot holders. I just kept practicing, and it took me several weeks of sitting there and crocheting over and over again a pot holder, and I finally got one that was straight. And then I made a pair, and I sent them to my stepmother. And then I started, you know, just making more and more of them, and dishcloths, so that I'd have something to use in the kitchen, and washcloths for the, you know, bathroom. And, you know, pretty soon I was able to sell some and buy myself another towel, another bath towel. So then I had 2 towels. Pen, hook, and needles, I know them. Yeah. So then after, you know, I got that done, then I think I wanted to make something else. So I did a search online, and again, a YouTube video came on that I followed. And YouTube has been huge in me spending, you know, what I call hook time. It takes hook time. You know, you get the instructions, You get the pattern, you get some tips and tricks, and then what we need is hook time. And hook time is what gives us our cadence, our consistency, our tension, all of that. And that's how I grew, was watching YouTube, watching all of you. Oh, that's wonderful. Yay, yay. Do you guys know people? I'm watching you guys do this, and I love it. I love bringing all my friends together. I love that. But do any of you know people like I do who keep each of their friends in their own compartment? You know what I mean? Does anybody know what I mean by that? They do not let their worlds cross. Like, I got a friend, Kenny. He's got, he'll talk about his friend Richard, but you kind of get the impression after knowing Kenny for a while that he doesn't want me to be friends with Richard. Or some other people that he's talking to, he doesn't want them to be friends with me. And it's not just me. It's not just me. He does this to everybody. It's not a Dana thing. It's a Kenny thing. And I don't understand how, like Petra, you and I, we want all of our friends to be friends with each other, right? We want one big happy family. But there are people that I know, like my friend Kenny, he does not, I don't think he realizes that he does this, but it's uncomfortable for him if one of his friends talks to another one of his friends and they make him the connection. He really puts his friends in a box. Yeah, some don't grow out of it. Lord, that's too much work. Let's less everyone, yes! And I don't think that they're like hiding anything, but they grew up like Kenny. I'm going to use Kenny as an example. Kenny grew up in a part of Sacramento that was a very rough life. Like, there's a lot of gang activity, and he does not trust people. So when one person goes talking to another person about him, when he was growing up, it was done in a way to harm him. So he grew up in a very tough environment. And I believe that Kenny still has, this mistrust as a, 56-year-old guy, something like that. He's in his mid to late 50s. And, and it's not like people are going to go around talking about, Kenny and doing harm to him now, at least the people that I know. But Kenny's very protective of his friendships, and he wants them all separate. And like I said, I don't believe he knows that he does this. I think this is a subconscious thing with him because of the way he grew up. So yeah, I love to see everybody getting along. You're all part of my family, blah, blah, blah. But, there are people who they compartmentalize their relationships. They're the type of people who will, start dating someone and not feel comfortable sharing that information with anybody else. Petra, we have had a huge conversation about that this morning. That I call them little mini cults. Because they have one or two leaders who are very manipulative. They go very much behind the scenes to do their manipulating, and they're friend collectors. So they've stolen some friends from me. So, yeah, I have dealt with that in a really hurtful way over the last year and a half, Petra. And there are some people who I'm not friends with anymore because they got coached, or let's say manipulated, without even realize they were being manipulated into classifying me as the bad guy, as someone who committed some horrible offense that I didn't do. But you can't even you can't even go defend yourself, you know, to protect yourself against this kind of thing, because 9 times out of 10, that manipulator has already thought of that and has already warned them. You know, she's going to say this. You know, it just makes you look like more of a villain. So all you can do, from what I've learned, and I've had some counseling on this, that all you can do is walk away and rise above it, and try not to do the same thing to them. You know, try not to be retaliatory, but yeah, we get sucked in. We get sucked in because we trust people, and you know, we enjoy their friendship. Well, and Petra, let them have their thousands of subscribers. Let them have it. Rise up and walk away from that. That's my advice, and it's to myself too. You know, yeah, they're friend stealers is what they are. Yeah, that's the thing. It's another thing we were just talking about, is how, you know, being organic and being real, you know, not begging people to watch, you know, a playlist to get your watch hours, because you can't sustain that over a long period of time. Okay, those people who are manipulative, let them be manipulative and be a better person. No, Petra, walk away from that. Walk away from that. You know, stay with the smaller, numbers of subscribers. Exactly, Trudy. Stop looking at the others. You know, I know I've been guilty of it in the past too, but no. Your subscribers are organic. They're organic if you're not like having all your friends run your playlist, because that is not organic. Yes, you have more real friendships, where the manipulators, and you know, they use the, like I was just saying, that more current form of marketing to manipulate people to buy something or do something for you. You know, that focus is on themselves, and they're manipulating people to focus on them, where what we really want to do is focus on, you know, our subscribers, our friends, the people in our circle, and do, you know, whatever we upload or whatever we do it for their benefit. Do it for the people in our lives. Don't do things for ourselves. Come, you know, hit the like button, hit subscribe. You know, we can ask people to do that if it's done organically. But these manipulative ways of doing giveaways I've seen recently was just for the sake of getting more watch hours. And to me, that's not something for nothing. That's not a gift. Yes, exactly, Michelle. And if you grow slow, I believe that you will grow more long term. If you grow fast, you're either constantly having to beg and manipulate and coerce to keep that, you know, to sustain that. And if you stop doing that, then you don't have any longevity. Where, you know, like Petra and all of these, you know, I believe I try to stay in this category. You know, it's because you know, like, okay, so Andrea, she uploads content that is valuable to the people who watch her videos, and they will organically say, you know, Ola Joe just uploaded this great video. And, you know, there's another person, and if that person agrees, you know, that was a great video, and this gal has lots of great videos, we're going to watch those, right? She does great things. Where, you know, if it's just a manipulator, that is an activity you have to constantly do in order to sustain those levels. And to me, I do not want to waste my days on that. Yes, exactly. And if you're going to gain slowly, you'll gain more and more subscribers in a way that's real. right? I better go off duty so I can give the baby his walkie. Yeah, gotta give the baby a walkie. Huh, baby? Yes, Mama. Yes, Mama, we gotta do that. Slow and steady. Yes, you share what's on your heart, and that's valuable to the people watching. You share things that you know are important. The real value, the one, when it comes right down to it, there's only one real important thing in life, at least in my opinion. You share that. Petra shares that. Andrea shares that. Yeah, I don't know. Jocelyn, I think it's a result of how he grew up. He grew up in a life that most of us don't understand because we didn't grow up in that crime gang atmosphere that he grew up in. Okay, getting ready to take the puppy out for a walkie. And it just, I go to watch a video of someone that I think is going to be great, and the first thing they say is, if you guys could do me a favor and go watch my playlist so I can get those watch hours, I'd really appreciate it. And it's like, it's just a personal thing. It really just turns me off. Yes, Petra, just doing what you're doing. Yes, exactly. I love watching Petra. I love watching Andrea. I love watching Fiber Spider. Look at the people that you would really like to emulate, like Fiber Spider. Rose Likes Crochet. Gary. These people, they don't manipulate us into watching them. They put up content and interact with us in a way that serves us and serves, others rather than serves themselves. So who are we serving? Who are we serving when we are doing our channels? That's what is attractive to me. You got your sweater frogged? Wah! Okay, you guys, I'm going to give the puppy his break, and I will be right back. You guys will see us out there walking. You guys talk amongst yourselves, encourage each other, lift each other up, and build each other up. And we will be right back because Dooley's going to go lift up his leg. Mwah! Yes, he is. Keep being you. I feel I really personally appreciate those who serve others. And that is not popular today. That is not what people are being taught today. But we were taught in my generation that the more people you serve, the happier and more successful you'll be. And it's all about serving others. And I think, Petra truly has a heart of giving and serving. Okay, we'll be right back. Come on, my baby. Come on, my baby. Let's go this way. Come on. This way. Good boy. go. Good boy gets a cookie. He gets a cookie. Yeah. Aunt Carol's cardigan. Oh, what's that? Oh, my phone is greasy. Oh, Teresa, exactly. Okay, so I want to say one more final thought on this subject. I don't feel that there's anything wrong with wanting to grow your business, wanting to grow your channel, and taking the steps that will help you do that, right? There's nothing wrong with wanting to increase your presence, you know, in YouTube, or to increase your customer base in your business. I just personally, as the consumer or as the subscriber or as the audience of that, I get really turned off when it's obvious that that is their only focus. You know, that because the old version of business and how it was originally taught was actually based on scripture. And hello, Wanda. You're still with us. Good. You know, that it was all about serving and coming from that position of the heart, rather than just constantly telling people, I need to grow my channel, I need to grow my business, so I need, you know, more customers and I need more subscribers. That's a turnoff to me. I need more watch hours. That's a turnoff to me. Just to grow, yes, and then tell you to enter the giveaway. You have to go what? Yes, exactly. Why make the giveaway so complicated? You know, I can see where, you know, you're worried about people who are cheaters or not there to see. You know, I understand that, but I don't even I don't check to see if anybody's subscribed, mostly because I know that I don't subscribe to everybody that I watch, because I'm not going to give, you know, a charity subscription to somebody. You know, I'm going to subscribe to somebody because I want to see what else they put up. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to grow your YouTube channel and taking steps to do that. But like I said, it turns me off when they make it very clear that that is their whole point. And maybe it's just, you know, my personal, you know, level of irritation. I get so turned off, you know, by that, you know. But you're going to get good information out of people like Petra and people like Andrea. You know, when you give, you have to let it go and let God take care of the rest. Exactly. It's kind of like, you know, I like to hand out money to the people who are standing there. Good morning, Sandy. Good morning. We have talked about you several times today, about how great you are. How wonderful you are. You're such a great thinking and serving others. Exactly. I believe that too. Yes, we have talked about, I have said several times this morning, you're like one of the great, great people on YouTube. Pamela's adoring Crochet. I love her. Love her. And I love Sandy. We've talked about you and Crochet A and these wonderful people that we watch on YouTube. Hello, Kimberly. Yes. And I watched your video this morning, Sandy. Oh, I love that, you know, you're doing this with Crochet A, and you even mentioned the 50 gone by 2024. I love that. Yes. Talk about this is someone who does it right here. She's all about, you know, the people that, the relationships that she's created through the YouTube crochet, you know, circle. That's what she does. That's what Sandy does. That is an excellent example right there. You're a good example to us, Sandy. Yep, I loved watching your video this morning about your gift from our Canadian Sandy. You don't want yours to be that way. When I get mine started, it will be somewhat. You know what? I think, you know, I would really like, I'm very interested in your version of crochet. You know, I would like to see that. That's fascinating to me. You know, I see people who hold their yarn weird, and I'm like, okay, is that, you know, how that works for that person, the way they hold their yarn, the way they hold their hooks. I find it fascinating to see how people do it differently to come out with a beautiful project, right? And Wanda, I think you can, thank you for sharing her link. Thank you. Yes. Cabin Fever Crochet. Oh, really? Oh, I love Cabin Fever. I love that channel. Yes. And I hope that, you know, we can help people find more channels that they really love, you know. And I don't expect y'all to love every one of them. I don't expect y'all to love mine. Okay, Petra. Yeah, you know, I feel like it should be organic. You know, you subscribe to the ones you really want to see more content from. I love it. So cool. I had fun in your live the other night, Sandy. That was fun, especially with my loser friend Laura. when I made my declaration to complete a row from my Aunt Martha's blanket, she's like, I want a picture of that, loser. Helene, yes. I love Helene. You know, I like, you know who I miss? Here's some people that I miss. I miss Gingerbread Red Pam. And I may, the Yarn Viking. What was her name? The Yarn Viking debuting comment. Oh, yes. Sandy, I was sent a link to his Facebook group like 2 or 3 weeks ago, so I have been a member of that for 2 to 3 weeks. I didn't realize he had a YouTube channel until like yesterday or the day before when Sandy posted a link to that. So I'm subscribed to him there. I don't do TikTok, so anything that happens on TikTok I ignore. But if they bring that video over to YouTube, I'll see it. And so I've really enjoyed like his time lapse of doing a blanket. That was so cool. Was he Mr. Yarny Pants? Oh, that's cool. That's a cool name, Mr. Yarny Pants. I love that. Yeah, Kim, some people are mean, and over the last year and a half, I've really had my heart broke a lot. But you know what? There are more good ones than there are bad ones. And sometimes it seems like, you know, I look on YouTube and the ones who have hurt me are just like, they're like looming over me. And the way I push through that is, first of all, through prayer. That I, you know, don't do something I'll regret later on. But I push through it by connecting with all of you through lives. And I go ahead, even though seeing, you know, these people who have hurt me, you know, loom up so large on YouTube, it makes me a little insecure about doing my next video, but then I do it, I push through and do it anyway, and your feedback encourages me so much. Yeah, focus on the positive. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, sometimes I do let those people intimidate and manipulate me because of our history. And yeah, yes, and all of you, there is this, exactly, Eva, I have said many times I've said, bullies bully because they've been bullied. We find out, and that doesn't excuse the bully, you know, for emotionally hurting another person, but it's a cycle, and you have to stop that cycle. You know, they say that about people who commit, you know, sex crimes. It's because something like that happened to them, and they are carrying on that dysfunction because it happened to them. Not to excuse. I don't think that's an excuse. I believe that we need to rise up and overcome, you know, those cycles. I've had to rise up and overcome the bullying cycle many years ago. I've had to rise up and overcome a little bit of the overpowering kind of narcissistic type cycle because I grew up having to, you know, be the receiver of a lot of that. So I could have easily, and I can see a trend in my younger adult days where I started to, you know, take on those personalities and do that. And then it's like, it didn't happen overnight, but over time I'm like, I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be like that because that person was hurtful to me, and I don't want to be the hurtful person, you know, to others because I don't have any, you know, tools, any other tools. I want to, you know, learn more tools. Mama Kayla, I love her. She is amazing, and I'm so glad. You know, there was a while there that she was missing. To know who you are and not let others define you. Yes. So that is part of the reason why I'm so sensitive to when I feel like I've been manipulated, I get angry because I don't have better tools than that. My reaction is anger, and I just walk away. Yes. Kayla, and yeah, Mama Kayla, I love her. You know, when she would show all of the, she would walk through the fair, you know, aisles, you know, at the county fair where she has all these entries, and she was using, what was it, a knitting machine, or, you know, like the knitting loom thing, and she was making all these great projects, and she'd walk through and show all of her ribbons, you know, along the tables. That is so inspiring to me because for so long I have wanted to enter a project in the county fair, and I haven't done it. I haven't gotten anything done within the timeline that they expected. Maybe this crochet along, the luck of the draw, the way I'm doing it, maybe I can enter it. That would be a great thing. Aunt Martha's blanket, before I give it to her, I could enter it and get, well, no, I'm going to give it to her before that. Dana, you're going to get done with that blanket. You are going to get done. Done. I'm going to get it done and give it to her so she can, you know, use it. She can take naps under it. She can, you know, put it in her home, in her living room. I'm going to get it done. But yeah, you know, I would like to enter some of my projects in the county fair. And watching Kayla, yeah, Kimberly, we have to, you know, once we become adults, it's like, okay, I dealt with this as a child, and I can see myself, you know, going that direction. And I didn't like it in someone else, so I'm certainly not going to like it in myself. And overcoming those cycles, break the cycle. Break the cycles of abuse. Yeah, because I could see myself turning into, you know, the narcissist, you know, overbearing person that I dealt with growing up. Oh, Lorley. Oh, I hope you do. I hope you do. I aspire to have, you know, as many tutorials up as like Mikey. But, you know, I know I'll never have that much time dedicated to it. The Chihuahua was mean Chihuahua. Oh, it's fair. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. It makes me feel so good. Oh, I'm blushing. Suze, I think there's a whole lot of things going on there besides jealousy. But jealousy's a big one. Hello. Okay, Petra. You got to go do some adulting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you get through that quickly. I know it's a terrible, nasty thing we have to do. Adulting. Like me yesterday, I had to do all that adulting before I could sit down and crochet. Hated it. Hated it. Hate adulting. Okay, Michelle. Do what you gotta do. I love seeing, you know, snow on those hills here in the prairie. Oh, Michelle, thank you so much. And thank you, Andrea, for sharing those links. You and Paige are both, everybody who's been sharing links, I appreciate that. You know, we should all be one big happy family. I love that. Ugh. Whoa, that wind is really, I gotta use both hands on the wheel today. That's how rough my adulting is today. The wind is blowing. Ah! Ugh. Ah! You have to go. Oh my goodness. That's what you read? Ah! It was work. She said work. She didn't say poop. But you know what? It's the same thing. Having to work and do adult things, that's poop. That's just poop. Hate that stuff. Right now, I would rather be sitting with all of you, maybe in a Zoom, and we'd be crocheting. That is a blessing, Michelle. I so wish I had more time. You know, I had more time to crochet when I was training horses and giving lessons and being a barrel racing coach. I had much more time to crochet, but now I have, you know, there's more to my crochet wheelhouse than there was back then. So I wish I had the time to, you know, enjoy all of that. Tips on how to make watching YouTube videos a career. I don't know what to tell you. You know, this is what I think about those guys who have like millions of followers who do nothing but advise other people on how to make money on their YouTube channel. So my opinion is, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I love that. He needs more snackies. Yes, he does. He needs more snackies. So my opinion of those guys who are catering to those of us, you know, they are giving those people just enough information to where they go try it. They might have a little success, or if they don't, then according to that expert, so-called expert, they didn't do it completely right. So they go back to the so-called expert for more advice, which that advice is nothing more than a hook to keep them watching their videos. And there are ways that, you know, it's very much against YouTube standards. And if YouTube catches you doing this, you get in big trouble. But you can buy subscribers. If you have the money to put into those, you know, buying subscribers, you can buy thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers. And what they are is these little, you know, like entities that you spend the money to, and they get all of these phony accounts to subscribe to you. Yeah. You can pay for that. You can pay for watch hours. It's not ethical and it's against YouTube standards, but I believe those guys have paid for most of that. But then, you know, it gives them some credibility. It gives them some, you know, ad money. I just want to, yeah, I wish I had wasted all those years not crocheting. But I believe those guys are paying for subscribers and watch hours, because yes, that is a thing you can do. So if they have the money to go ahead and do that, they will do it, and then they'll start. Oh, I love that, you guys. I love it. I was afraid that you guys would think this was boring, but I believe those guys pay for subscribers, they pay for watch hours, they get themselves monetized, and then they get their numbers so pumped up by continuing to pay for those numbers to go up that, you know, then they start saying, well, here is how I did it. Well, I don't think that's how they did it. And if you look at somebody like Mikey and Marley Bird and Bella Coco, I don't believe they did it that way. I believe they did it through partnerships, and I believe they did it through offering so many tutorials and so much valuable information within this, you know, crochet world that they just naturally, it's kind of like Bag-A-Day. Okay, Bag-A-Day, Crystal started out uploading a video every single day that was a new crochet tutorial for another bag. Okay, she did it every day, and the whole bag, the crocheting bag kind of thing exploded. She was offering tutorials. You know, that's valuable stuff. So every day it was a different kind of crochet bag. That's right. You know, like Mikey, you know, he was uploading a lot of content anyway. You know, from what I've heard, this is all secondhand information. And then, you know, pretty soon he's with Your Inspirations and Michael's. You know, they are having him do some of their tutorials. And on top of that, you know, Mikey, you know, all by himself was uploading great tutorials and great crochet information, and he did it frequently. Of course, you know, his goal, yeah, his goal was different. See, and Sandy, that shows through. Oh my goodness. Andrea, oh my goodness. Andrea, I love you so much. I love all of you so much. Oh my goodness. You guys are making me cry. You guys are amazing. I mean, I just feel so unworthy and so blessed at the same time. It's like grace. Yeah, can you imagine? Okay, so these people were doing tutorials like every day. Okay, they have gone beyond the point of having those great relationships like Sandy was just talking about, right? To me, it's about the relationships. Yes, I would like to continue to slowly grow my channel. That just, you know, I get giggly when I see that happen. You know, that's fun. And I know, Trudy, it's like, oh my goodness. You know, I do enjoy building up the numbers on my channel. I do. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like a phony if I do it asking people to watch my playlists. I have playlists, and if anybody wants to watch them, that's great. That is great. But I'm not going to be begging people to do that. You know how I got to, what was it? What was it, Sandy, that you got me to? Yay for super chats. I know. Sandy, you got me up to, what was it, 500 and then 1,000? Like, Sandy got on there, and you know, there's nothing wrong with this as long as you know, it's still, you know, I'm not buying subscriptions. I'm not telling people they have to subscribe. You know, I'm not telling people it's all about building up the numbers. But, you know, Sandy got on there, and I didn't even know she was doing this. And I don't remember. I think she pushed me over both 500 and 1,000. I think those were the two numbers, right, Sandy? She has done that for so many people, you know, and that is wonderful. I love to see people helping people like that. Why does it say we have one person watching? Are we going through a bad zone? Some people have a knack for mixing business and relationships well, you know, and other people don't. Well, there's a line I won't cross, because I was taught at one point, like in the Amway business, going out prospecting every day after work. I was so depressed because I was so bad at it, and I felt so awful trying to do that I just killed myself. I was throwing myself against a rock every day after work. That's ridiculous. You'll notice that I will sponsor somebody into the Amway business once in a while. I know, right now it shows one. It's weird. I know, isn't that weird, Stephanie? I think it's because of the areas I'm driving. It's just like, oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Sandy, you're so wonderful. You know, Sandy will do that for people. And, you know, if that's something that you feel kind of, isn't that weird, Andrea? Yeah. So, you know, Sandy has done that for people. You know, Granny D has done that. You know, a lot of people have done that for, yes, 501k. She did that for me. And you know what, Sandy? I will never forget that. That was so much fun and so heartwarming. But, you know, I didn't even know you were doing that both times. You know, right in the middle of you doing that, I was completely clueless. Completely clueless. You know, so she didn't do that for my recognition. She did that because she's a sweetheart. Isn't that weird? Yes. I love Sandy's eggs. Love Sandy's eggs. I've seen that happen before, Tree. I saw it happen yesterday too. Yeah, it'll correct. It'll come back. But those things are wonderful. You know, when people help each other out organically, that's great. There, now it's showing, yeah, now I show 27. So. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with people who want to grow their channel, who want to grow their business. What I have a problem with is, you know, doing it so, in a way that makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm forever grateful to Bag a Day. She helped me get to 1K subscribers. I just wanted to use the community tab. Yes, I love the community tab. And it kills me that I don't have a community tab on my Two Ponies channel yet. I think, well, maybe I should. I think, aren't I over 500 subscribers on that channel? Seems like I am. And isn't that the threshold now? What is the threshold for a community tab? I thought they moved it down to 500. And you know what's weird is I can't bring up my Wanderlust community tab on my tablet. I can only bring it up on my phone. I can bring up my YouTube channel. I never tell anyone I'm going to do it, just in case. Yes! See, that is totally out of, you know, Sandy's heart to do that. Is it 500 now? Yeah. So maybe I do have a community tab on my other channel. I would love that. Oh, I love the community tab. Isn't it great that Sweet Tea's here with us? She's still not feeling good, but I'm hoping she's on the mend. That she's, you know, on the other side of it. No fun stuff. So I had it back in January 2 years ago, 2020, before, you know, back then it was just like a bad flu. Oh, that was a bad flu I had. Yeah, that was a horrible flu. I had it before it became a thing. I was country when country wasn't cool. I was COVID when COVID wasn't cool. Yeah, see, I can't access it from my tablet. Thank you, Teresa. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see all of you. We're having such a good old time. Oh, you're almost to 150? That's awesome! Yeah, I love seeing my, hello, Melissa. I love seeing my numbers grow. I really do. But when that's, you know, I just personally, when that's their, it seems like it's their only focus, I get turned off. I just, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna go watch something else. You guys help me through the day. You help me through, you know, the push, through the hurtful things that happened to me in the last year and a half. Oh, nice. You know, by other members of the community, and the best way to handle that is just to rise above and move on. You know, you can't. Obviously, I'm not over it because it still hurts. You know what a couple of those people did, but and what they continue to do. But you know, I gotta let it go. But you know, I lost some friendships there. You have 550 and you do have a good. Oh, Sandy, thank you. See how much I pay attention? I would rather spend time talking to you guys. Suppers, I'm scared my 6'4" son is going to start chewing furniture. Tell him to stop chewing the furniture. Have a good night. Have a good dinner. Yeah, so my best coping mechanism is to, you know, push on, do my own thing, and talk to all of you. It makes me feel loved to be a part of this community, even though parts of it aren't, you know, the greatest. No group of people is perfect. None of them are. I remember the Candy Barrel Racing Club growing up. There were great things and not so great things about it. A lot of clubs and organizations I tried to be a part of, and you know, I felt like I got pushed. You do have a community. Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Yeah, see, I'm not even paying attention, so that's a new thing. Wonder how long I've had that. I wonder how long. You know what's funny is my live timer says I've only been live for 32 minutes. That's weird. We've been on for 3 hours. Yeah. Okay, so where are we? We are west of Little America. So we're going to be going over the sisters here pretty quick. Well, I think I've been going over the sisters, so that might cause us to buffer. See it, Trudy? Yeah. So that's going to cause us to buffer, going over the sisters, and then we'll come down into Evanston. We're only 38.5 miles from the Utah line. So an hour and a half-ish, and Cheryl, isn't that funny? I started streaming when I left Sinclair 3 hours ago. You guys have made these 3 hours just fly right by. This has been wonderful. So wonderful. And Dooley and I are going to do our thing at Ogden. We'll stop streaming there. You see 24? I see 2. Well, it might be Wyoming. Let's play. Oh, now it says 31. And then I've only been live for 33 minutes. And 34. It's Wyoming and YouTube. They're having a fight. They're arguing with each other. They cannot agree on anything. Cell service. How long I've been streaming. Okay, sweetness. Okay, thank you, Sandy. Love you. Love you. And hopefully I'll see your video. Is there a video going up tomorrow morning? Because you've been doing this thing with Sandy, and I've been enjoying watching that. No, Lorley, I turn off and hit Interstate 84 at Echo, Utah, and I turn off and go towards Ogden, and then I go north into Idaho. So I completely miss Salt Lake. When you hit 500, you get the community cab. Used to be 1,000, and yes, that's what I've heard. That now they've lowered that to 500, and I love that. Granny D, our girl Granny D is here. Ugh, sipping on my coffee. Yay, Granny D's here. We are we've mentioned you several times in our chat today about what a great gal you are to watch. You and Andrea and Sandy and Michelle and Victoria and Petra and all of these people. Oh, thank you, Andrea. Oh, thank you so much. Granny D's here. So we are in western Wyoming, and we should be in we gotta get milk. Oh yeah. So we're about 40 minutes away from the Utah line, and in Utah, yes, we've been talking about you and a lot of you great people on, all the people we love, including Sandy and Lisa and Cindy and you and Michelle. We love you guys. Love all of you. And then we have these people that we know on YouTube who never upload content, but we know them because they're such a part of our lives on YouTube. It's wonderful. So we're coming into Fort Bridger. Does anybody know who Fort Bridger was named after? Oh, I love it. I love it. And the only reason I know is because he's part of kind of a culture that I've read a lot about, kind of been a part of in the modern day with black powder. Kicks and giggles, that's right. Kicks and giggles. Fort Bridger. I would like to explore this area a little bit more because of who Bridger was. My father and I were involved in black powder, what we call rendezvous and black powder shoots and competitions using the muzzleloaders, and that comes from the Mountain Men area. Like that was kind of dying out by the 1830s, 1840s. It was that whole fur trade kind of thing. Those mountain men, they'd come here to the Rocky Mountains and they would spend a year, sometimes 2 or 3 years, trapping and getting furs. And then every year, the buyers of those furs, like Sublet, she went yard shopping yesterday, yeah. The buyers would come up to the mountains with whiskey and, money and beads and all kinds of trade goods and women, of course. You live in Laramie! Oh, that is awesome! Met Wanda at the pilot before? Oh my goodness, that would be so cool! I love, there's another gal who's like Wyoming and whips. We have lots of Wyoming people around here. I love Wyoming. Yeah, well, I'm down here by Fort Bridger now. And I'm talking about the guy that Fort Bridger was named after. He was one of the mountain men, one of the fur trappers, but then he went on to do many more things and got pretty well known. And, the fur trappers would go to the annual rendezvous where they would, have little shooting contests. They would sell their furs to people like Sublet, and Sublet would take their furs back east to, like a lot of times beaver Beaver was the big thing for a while because, you know, people in high society wore hats made out of beaver fur, but then they went to silk, and so the beaver trade kind of, yep, when you go see your daughter in Boise, yes. Get that milk and go to the post office, but yes! Well, Dee, I'm only going to be about another hour and a half or so, and then we'll be done. He had a Ford up here by Rexburg, trading from, yeah. So Jim Bridger is who I'm talking about. He's one of the more famous mountain men. So the mountain men would, you know, trap all year long, and then they would go to the rendezvous, sell their furs, and they'd get credit. Sublet or whoever was buying their furs would write down on a piece of paper what their credit was with their furs. So the first thing, you know, the smart ones would do would, you know, buy what they need for the year, you know, parts for their traps, you know, black powder, or if they weren't making their own black powder, some round balls or bullets for muzzle loaders, you know, all these things that they needed to help them get along for the next year. And then they would go spend the rest of their money on gambling, whiskey, and women. And they would be broke by the time they left the rendezvous. But then they'd go spend another year, you know, trapping and building up their furs for the next rendezvous. And that's how those guys lived up in the Rocky Mountains. And Jim Bridger, you know, he did that for a while, but then, you know, he went on to do more and became more famous. And so now we have, you know, these trading posts. I would really like to explore all the forts and the trading posts that are still left and see all these historical sites out here in the West from that era. Here's the Fort Bridger TA Travel Center. I think I've been in there once. You know, I would rather go see what's left of the fort and see if there's, you know, at least, you know, a lot of these places where there used to be forts, all that's left is like a board to read about this spot where the fort used to be, and so, you know, things like that. Other times, you know, there's like a rebuild. Charmed Grammy Crochet Charm Chatter. She just uploaded a video. I'll be looking at that. That's going in my watch later list for this afternoon. Because, see, what time will it be my time? She's 3-2 at in an hour and, let's see, that'll be 11, 12, 1. In 2 hours and 10 minutes. Okay. And in 2 hours and 10 minutes, Granny D goes live. So we'll be off by then, that's for sure. But I want to see what Lynette uploaded. Hopefully she shows her progress on the luck of the draw. Luck of the draw. Love it. Love it, love it. To do metal detect this. Oh yeah. Then yes. That would be fun too, to go through with a metal detector. Take that stuff to the museum. Oh, how fun. How fun is that? So we're at mile marker 28, so that pretty much means we're 28 miles from the western border of Wyoming, where we cross into Utah. All I've had today are pork rinds, supplements, and coffee. Julie had a big breakfast in bed, because that's how he rolls. He eats his meals in bed. Then he goes for his, you know what, goes to do his duty. leftovers to eat. Oh, that's not true. I had what's left of that whole cooked chicken that I bought at King Soopers yesterday. I could have been munching on that. Yes, and I've read about that fort in one of William Johnstone's novels about the first mountain man. I forget the name of the character, but he, William Johnstone calls him the first mountain man. And I listened to a couple of those novels on, from the Playbooks Play Store while going down the road. And yeah, Snake River Fort that was up there. I remember, learning about that one. It's another place. There's a lot of places in Idaho to check out. Preacher! Yes, Preacher! That's right. I couldn't remember his name. Preacher! And he was not a preacher, let me tell you. Yes, Preacher. That's right. Thank you. Haha. But my favorite ones are by an author by a similar name. His name is Terry C. Johnston is my favorite. It's called Playbooks. Diana, Playbooks. So it's like another icon from the Play Store. It's Playbooks, and that's what I use. Yeah, the author that I really like more than that one is Terry C. Johnston, and his historical novels. Love them, and I love his Mountain Man books about Titus Bass. I'm rereading a couple of those, and then I hope to get into the ones that are actual audio books, so I can listen to them going down the road. In fact, I keep forgetting to check to see if the Atkins book is. Oh yeah, I haven't had a haircut in years, but I'm losing all my hair, so definitely not worrying about it right now. Sorry, squirrel. Okay, no. The app is free, but you buy the books, which I like doing that because otherwise, like Audible, I was playing, I had a monthly subscription, and I could only listen to like one book a month, and I'd go through them way faster than that if I was in the mood, and it didn't seem like, I like it better through Playbooks. Way better. I only pay like when I'm buying a new book. I like that. I've listened to the Total Money Makeover by Dave Ramsey. Mining Ghost Towns. Yes. Yes. Well, I grew up at the end of the old Oregon Trail, so, that has always been, taught to us in history class. Oh, trying to climb the hill, so we're trying to climb the Sisters. So there will be some buffering through here, just warning you. Yeah, Terry C. Johnstone and his Titus Bass Mountain Man series. He also has a series about the Indian Wars that let me see. Now, let me see if I can show it to you. It's like a blue triangle is what it looks like. blue triangle right there. Google Play Books. An audiobook borrowing service. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, you know, we have something like that with our library in Emmett that I haven't really taken advantage of. Yeah, it's an app. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube has some audiobooks. Cool. Overdrive. Okay. Because I do love audiobooks. I like using the Google Play Books. You know, because I'm Android based. Come on, girl. Yeah, mule. Yeah. You can do it. Come on, baby. Climb the hill. You know what I forgot to do while I was parked there? Which I got so into that subject. I forgot to take my chicken thighs out and marinate them. Libby is another service from the public library. It just depends on the library system. You know, I need to take a look at what my library offers because you're right. That is a great resource. Yeah. Hello from Northwest Arkansas. We have more snow here than you have there. Well, welcome in. Yeah, this is Wyoming. We're in between blizzards at the moment. And it is 35 degrees out according to my dash. I don't know how accurate that is. It was more accurate in my last truck. It was way more accurate. And we are going over the Sisters, which is, I don't know how many, I'll have to ask my friend Audrey. Meet Aaron, yes, on the next stop, I will pull those chicken thighs out of the fridge, throw in a little bit of ghee oil and some seasonings, and, you know, let that come up to room temperature, whatever the room temperature here on the truck is. Yeah, get that all set up for cooking tonight. I'm getting pretty good at cooking chicken thighs in the air fryer. So when I cooked you know, I'm starting to understand the nuances of these air fryers. Section in the back with history books locals have written that are not in circular. Oh, I would love that. You know, I was starting to check out books like that when I was living in Colorado, especially about the Palmer Divide. I wanted to understand what the Palmer Divide was, and I never did get completely educated on the subject. But I found the Palmer Divide very intriguing. I was very interested in that because I lived in the Palmer Divide area. So I've always understood that the you know, Great Divide in the country, you know, that runs along the Rocky Mountains, the Montana Vigilantes. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, so, you know, the Continental Divide gets on the east side of the east and south. And, you know, water sources that start on the west side of the Rockies, you know, they end up in the Pacific. And so I've always understood that, you know, from geography class, but I had no idea there was a vertical divide. Now, and what I do, it's like, okay, you picture the Continental Divide as a line that goes through somewhat in the middle of the continent from north to south. But there's another divide, east and west. Now, what I never did learn, so I lived near that. That was the Palmer Divide. So we're on the east side of the Rockies. So if waters, come down on the north side of the Palmer Divide, then they'll flow more north. And waters on, the south side, the side I was on, waters would flow south. And I found that just fascinating. And it goes, from what I remember, it goes a couple hundred miles off of the Rockies. Maybe it goes more than a couple hundred. So I didn't really get into it as much as I would like to, but I found that just fascinating. So what I don't know is it the Palmer Divide on both sides of the Rockies, or is it called something else on the other side, on the west side of the Rockies? I don't know. I'm under the impression, could be wrong, that the Palmer Divide is the one that goes only on the east side of the Rockies, and it goes quite a ways out there. I found that really cool. My grandma whispered to me that we had a relative in the hole-in-the-wall game. We don't talk about that. Yeah, pretending you're traveling through Wyoming. I have family dyers on the Pioneers into Salt Lake. How cool is that? Wanda, I actually pay for a second line for my tablet. So it's all Verizon. I have a line for the tablet and a line for the phone. Oh yeah, we don't talk about our relatives that were outlaws. Oh yeah, we had lots of those. In fact, I think my father's side of the family, because we cannot find high towers, our line of high towers coming over on any ships or existing in Ireland or England, we believe that this family changed their names when they came over because they were outlaws. Good morning, good morning. I got my tablet at Best Buy, and it's a Samsung 10-inch tablet, and I bought it at Best Buy there in Lake Utah one time when I was there. With May Trucking, because we have a terminal. Well, it used to be a terminal. Now it's pretty much a drop yard. But yeah, I went over to Best Buy. I Ubered over to Best Buy and decided I wanted this tablet. So it's a Samsung 10-inch tablet, and I just added it to my Verizon service. I made sure it had its own, that it could have its own line. You can buy them to where they don't do that. You can hotspot off of your phone. But I like that this one's separate. It's very convenient. And I've had it for 2 or 3 years now. Speaking of May Trucking, hello dude. Take it easy going east. There's wind. He's probably, I think that's one of their reefer trailers. So he's probably pretty heavy. Were they outlaws? Well, and then I've got, the high towers, that ended up in the Atlanta, Georgia, and Fulton County and surrounding areas. 1 or 2 of them were, part of, they fought in the Civil War. They fought for the South, which I wasn't there. I don't make any judgments. I wasn't there. Unfortunately, they fought for the South. But, there were probably some, in all of our family history that crossed over, to the other side in the Civil War. But, they may or may not be recorded as doing that. It's hard to find. It's, looking up your family tree it's a lot of fun, and I did it for quite a while. It was interesting. you know, at least we find them in muster rolls. Yeah, Hightower is all one word. I have done a lot of genealogy research, and I've connected to other genealogists who I am, you know, who are distant cousins. And we got back several generations. Seems like they came out of the Carolinas at one point, you know, and they ended up in Fulton County. So my great-grandfather was Willie B. Hightower, and his wife's name was Belle, B-E-L-L-E, Hightower. So, you know, I've gone off of what I could find in my research, and others who have, you know, documents backing up their research. So we've gone back a couple of, well, 3 or 4 maybe generations from there. Did we make it all the way to Jamestown? I can't remember if we got all the way back to the colonies, but there is definitely a gap. Well, a gap, you know, our line disappears. So I'm pretty sure we were, you know, running from something. That's on my dad's side. Now my mom's side comes out of Germany, and she did all that research, and we did not come from the Nazis. I think that's something she was worried about, because she's one of the baby boomers that came out of that. You got Hightowers from your family in England? Oh yeah, I love genealogy. We cannot find a connection to the Hightowers in England. I think that was it. We've a lot of us who have done our, you know, research back almost to the colonies think that it was a name that they took that was not original. Because we're outlaws. Because we're bad people. Oh, wow. Or, you know, it could just be bad record keeping, you know, not consistent record keeping that causes some of that. You know, that could have been our problem too. We might have had a different spelling, but the rumor is that we started out in Ireland and then ended up in England to take ships over to the New World. Oh, how cool is that? That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's hard work. On my mom's side, we were related to, what's his name? Ritter? John Ritter. He's gone now. You know, Three's Company. Yeah. Well, my dad too. Okay, so my dad was born around 1940 in Atlanta in a home for unwed mothers. And then, so my grandma Louise, you know, at some point it must have been the Depression era kind of stuff, where she was headed to, her and my dad, who is a toddler, we're talking a toddler, she takes my dad and she starts hitchhiking across the country, right? So she hitchhikes with this toddler clear into Idaho, and they met up with who my father always refers to as the wino. His name was Jasper Sumner, and they were starving, you know, they were begging for food, and they ended up in Idaho and Eastern Oregon. And then at some point, the state or the county took my dad away from my anyway, as when he was a kid, the county or the state took my dad away from his mother, my grandmother. So he was adopted in the Dalles, Oregon. And so those people are my, grandparents, and then my real grandmother. But my real grandfather, we don't know who the father was when my dad, was born in the home for unwed mothers. My Uncle Tommy, who just died within the last couple of months, Uncle Tommy told me everything he knew from hearing my grandmother talk. So my grandmother said that my dad's father's name was Hitchcock. So then I spit in a tube and sent that off to Ancestry.com and found out that I have cousins with the last name Hitchcock. And we're like, ooh, goosebumps, So I contacted one of them on Ancestry one time. I said, so here's a scandalous story for you, cousin. You and I are cousins, distant. And the story goes that my maternal grandfather was named Hitchcock. So it's like, somehow a coupling happened between him and Grandma Louise, and then he was out of the picture. I have no idea any story behind that. No clue. All I know is that she went to a home for unwed mothers that doesn't exist anymore. It was in Atlanta, Georgia, and that's where my dad was born. And then she took this toddler and was hitchhiking. They were headed to Seattle to go to work for Boeing because she was a welder. So she was headed to Boeing to get a good job in Seattle as a welder, and my father was really looking forward to moving to Seattle and having a better life. I mean, he was old enough to understand that that's what they were after. Hello, Dee! And then they met up with who he calls the wino, Jasper, and Jasper is the father of all of my father's half-siblings. My mother's side of the family, the Knesteds, moved here sometime in the 1900s, mid-century. And they lived down in Kansas, and then they moved to Oregon. The Knesteds. How German is that? That's just as German as Bernhard. Because my husband's family also moved out of Germany and came to the U.S. Okay, we made it over the Sisters. We're going through Evanston. We get on the other side of Evanston, and we will be in Utah. What's funny is, my dad has a lot of, my dad's side of the family, they talk about all this Indian blood we have in us. Well, I didn't find any evidence of that, but it might still be there. It might be on, like, Grandma Belle Hightower's side of the family. I don't know. I've never seen a picture of her. Don't know anything about, really, her side of the family. Oh yeah, family stories. Okay, we're right in the middle of Evanston. We're three 3 miles, 3.5-ish miles away from Utah. And more coffee. Oh yeah. Love me some coffee. I only have 2 cups of coffee. Yeah, 2 Yeti cups of coffee every day. Which it's 2 brews. I brew the Mr. Coffee 5-cup coffee maker. I have that going right before my alarm goes off in the morning, and then when I fill my Yeti and doctor it up, I start another pot. Mexico to Oregon, moved to California, where the Army. Oh wow, cool. Oh, related to Pocahontas, cool. I love my Yeti. Another truck driver talked me into buying one, and I'm glad he did. He also bought me that Mr. Coffee 5-cup coffee maker. And Camp Adair. Oh, cool. Cool, Patty. State line, 3 miles. Salt Lake is 81 miles away, but like I said, I'm turning off at Echo, Utah, and going towards Ogden, and then heading up into. I've got to go to the grocery store. Adulting! No, not adulting, Kimberly. No adulting! Stop the madness. Oh my goodness. 5, so we're a little over 3.5 hours into this. This is fun. This is so much fun. I so love that you guys come. My maiden name is Van Toy. Where we go? So I have Dutch roots on that side. Brown was my mama's maiden name, so German on her side, and some British in there with. Oh, cool. We are Hightower and Kniested. And Goss, Goss, Goss. That's my maiden name was Goss. Could see this going into Utah. Her favorite place to go is Salt Lake, St. George. Such pretty. Oh yeah, I've driven through there. This is fun. Yeah, my maiden name is Goss because it was the Gosses who adopted my father when he was taken away from my grandmother. Pretty traumatic thing for him as a child, but I think we all agree that it was the best thing that happened to him. Geologist around Moab, yeah. Oh, you're going to Joann's, yay! Okay, so you got to balance it out, right? Adulting with yarn. Okay, we got to do adulting. If we have to do adulting, if we're being forced into being adults, we'll balance that out with yarn. Here comes Utah. Here comes Utah. It's coming right for us. We're in Utah. Do we feel different? Does everybody feel different? I feel different. We're in a different state. So right down here in Echo, Utah is the very eastern edge of Interstate 84. And I grew up along Interstate 84. That's like my home freeway in the Dalles. And then I split my time between there and Oregon City, Beaver Creek area. Stephanie. Interstate 84 has been a huge part of my life. Welcome to Utah. Yeah. So we're 29 miles to Echo, which is where Interstate 84 ends and comes into Interstate 80. We're going to be going backwards on I-84. Okay, Kimberly. See ya. Oh, somebody's dog is out there taking a potty and everybody's driving. Somebody better open the door, let him in the car, his toes are gonna freeze. Huh, Dooley? He's like, what are you talking about, Mom? I'm talking about stuff. You don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Somebody pick up that dog. Oh, I bet you had fun. Lorley. Oh, I'm so excited to get, further along on the luck of the draw. Finally, after 5 years, I'm finally participating. 5 years of making excuses and putting it off, even though I wanted to do it. The paper map, yeah, I hate getting in arguments with my GPS. GPS doesn't fight fair. Yep, so here is Utah. Very pretty today. 31 degrees according to my dash. Clear, dry roads, clear, beautiful sky, sunny day. Oh my goodness. I'm sure your kids disagree. Most of us drivers, the ones who are, I think, more conscientious, we carry a motor carrier's road atlas in our trucks at all times. Just because, if you're going someplace new, you've got to take a look at a paper map. I haven't pulled mine out for a while. It slipped in there underneath the mattress. But, I had the 2018 that I bought when I was in truck driving school. And then last year I got a 21 when I was at Barstow, California at the TA. Or Petro, I can't remember which one it is. Mommy just called and asked if we knew where one of those headbands to go over our ears. Your whips are on. One of those headbands to go over your ears. I love that. Does she want a twisty, fancy one? What is she getting, Michelle? Is it going to be a mosaic? Tell us. What? Tell us about it. I love that. Love that. Tell us what you're doing. Is it just, a double crochet headband, plain old? Are you doing a mosaic? Are you doing a, granny, some kind of stitch, special stitch? Is it going to be twisted? Maybe a mosaic. Yes! Maybe a mosaic. Yes, make her one. Oh, those are great. Aren't those fun phone calls to get? You get some friend or family member reaches out to you and says, look, I want one of these. I want one of these. So that's why I took on a commission piece for this year that, after Mom and Martha and Luck of the Draw and a couple of pot holders, I'm going to do this moose blanket with actually a moose head hood on it for a gal. Her name is Terry Lynn, and she went to high school with my husband. And it's one of, to choose from. Oh, how fun. It's one of those people who stuck with me and stayed friendly with me after Wayne died. His family, his side of the family, there's only like one or two people who will actually, the rest of them did some really horrible, illegal things, actually committed crimes. They stole a bunch of his stuff, and anyway, They were just awful. For no reason they were awful. But, you know, she's one, you know, mostly his high school buddies have been pretty cool to me. I mean, it's not like we're staying all besties and everything, but Terry Lynn, her and I have stayed friends. I belong to some of her Facebook groups, and she asked me if I would make her this blanket for her daughter. And I said, absolutely. Great-great-grandfather built the stone charcoal kilns at Piedmont, Wyoming, reduced lumber to charcoal for the mines. Oh, I'd never heard of that. So I want to see that. So now, you know, that's something else to add to the yarn bust list. That's something else I want to see. Charcoal mines. I hadn't heard of that before. Piedmont, Wyoming. I'm gonna have to check that out. So off to my right, we're kind of heading southwest on this part of the freeway. So off to my right are the Wasatch Mountains, and what happens is when I leave Interstate 80 to get on I-84, it will be heading westbound, and I believe it just kind of goes through the lowest portion, you know, a low area of the Wasatch Mountains as we head west. Then we head west into Ogden, and what happens at the Ogden Riverside or Riverdale or whatever that's called area is the I-84 and Interstate 15 come together. So as we're heading north out of Ogden all the way up to Tremonton, you are on both the Interstate 15 and Interstate 84. And then at Tremonton, I-15 forks off and heads up through Pocatello, Idaho, and up to Butte, Montana. And I think it goes even beyond there. And then I continue going north on Interstate 84 until we get to where Interstate 86 branches off of it going east, and Interstate 84 will make a curve and go west again. Oh, thank you. I just talk about whatever goes through my head. So, at Echo, which according to this sign is 21 miles away, if I continued on, I'd go through Park City and end up in Salt Lake on Interstate 80. And then if I stayed on Interstate 80, I'd end up in Nevada, and then I'd be in California, going in through Sacramento. I'd go over Donner Pass into Sacramento and then out towards the Bay Area. Then, of course, going east, you can go east. You can go a long ways. And I did that when I was with May Trucking. Speaking of May Trucking, you know, I say May Trucking and one of you guys appear. Well, they have over 1,000 trucks. I don't know that they have that many drivers. I'm guessing they have at this point 800 or 900 drivers. That's just a guess. And I'm basing that off of what I knew back in, you know, when I started with them. And I haven't been with them since later in, like, late January 2020. Yeah, Park City, I guess, is a ski resort area. And it's quite a destination. I don't get paid by the load. So my friend Audrey does, because of the situation she's in. I am a company employee. I get paid by the mile, plus I get a safety bonus, and yeah, and I get paid for things like I've got a receipt here for the washer fluid that I bought last night, and I'll get paid like if a company held me too long. Idacal, May Trucking bought them. Oh, I didn't know that. Idacal, huh? You know, and May Trucking is still privately held. They are not on the stock market. They are not publicly traded. A few other companies have invested money in May Trucking to help them when they needed help, kind of bail them out. Well, I started when I was late 40s, early 50s. I don't remember how old I was in 2018, but anyway, what I did, okay, so now you have to go through an accredited truck driving school. So that school in my area, there are several places where you can go to Sage Technical School, which is a truck driving school. Okay, Arlington, Texas, right on! I wish I was in Texas. So you have to go through an accredited trucking school now. You can't just get trained by your friend or your family member. And so what I did, I started studying, and I used YouTube videos to study for the CDL written test. So I sat there and crocheted. Okay, Petra. Still here listening while working on the, oh, cool. So I sat there and crocheted for hours every day, and I listened to YouTube videos for Idaho CDL written tests. And it would go through, I don't know, it was like an hour or two long, maybe longer, to go through one video, and it would ask questions. It would ask all the questions known from any of the written tests for the CDL in Idaho. And then it would wait, you know, several seconds so you could think of the answer, and then it would say the answer. So that's something I used YouTube for, and I just sat there and I listened to those while crocheting and answering those questions. And then I went in and I took all the written tests, you know, the written tests for the CDL, the written test for the, yeah, me too, Petra. I don't want to be adulting. I want you. I want to be crocheting. So anyway, I got my permit for the CDL itself for Class A. I got my endorsement for tankers, for doubles, triples, what else? I don't remember what else. I did not take the passenger test, and then later on I went and got, you know, my hazmat. Oh, we're getting pulled in. Okay, so you guys are getting banished to the cup holder while I answer this question. And then I walked into the Idaho Department of Labor, which could, you know, in other states like Oregon, that would be the unemployment office. And I said, I want a grant. I'd like to apply for a grant to go to truck driving school. To make that longer story short, Charlie at the Department of Labor got me a grant, called me up one afternoon and said, you need to be at the Sage truck driving school by 8 o'clock in the morning.
For half a mile.
4.5 weeks at truck driving school, and they bring their tester, and the tester, you know, does your pre-trip and your road test, and you get your CDL. So basically, you've got to get your, you know, your permit, get your, you know, and whatever endorsements you want. Then you go to truck driving school and get your CDL through truck driving school. Used to be you could take some shortcuts to do that, but they are cutting out those shortcuts, which, you know, I'm on the fence. Is that too much government, you know, involvement, or, you know, maybe it's safeguarding against some of these people who are taking too much of a shortcut, you know, who are not good truck drivers. So, yeah, still on the fence about that. But I went to Sage, and I highly recommend it. And Sage has schools, like a handful of schools throughout the country. There's one in Commerce City, Colorado, I think. One in northern Idaho. I don't remember which town. There's, of course, the one in Caldwell that I went to. There's some back
In
east.
600 feet, take the ramp on the left to I-80 West.
Yes, I will, Miss Goo Goo. Oh, yeah, it's about that time, isn't it, Dooley? Isn't it, Dooley? Just about that time, huh? So anyway, that's what she should do. She needs to get into a truck driving school. They average around $5,000. And she will love it. I mean, it's scary and it's exciting and it's confidence building. Here we go, going over the scale. Make sure I'm centered on this thing. Go up to 5 miles an hour. Get up to 5 miles an hour, Missy.
Take the ramp on the left to I-80 West.
Continue. Okay, we get to continue. Yay! Okay, there we go. So, you know, and some school, you know, a lot of times when you go to school, you know, there were people who came who hadn't gotten their permit, you know, taken their written test yet. You know, that just comes out of their tuition. They study. They helped people study for those tests and then sent them to the DMV to go take those tests. You're eliminating that, you know, extra study time if you do that before you get into truck driving school. So that's what I recommend. Okay, so there's a community college. Cheryl, you got banished to the cup holder. Okay, but now we're back. I just don't want to give them, I mean, I'm not doing anything illegal, but law enforcement, God bless them. You know, I got a family full of cops. I come from a law enforcement family. Sometimes they just look for an excuse to pull you in. And I do my best not to give them anything to pull me in. I want to keep on trucking, right? So, woo-wee. Mama gonna have to get more pork rinds while we're there. And you're gonna have to go to your potty break. Yeah. Yeah, pretty boy. The view sucks in the cup holder. Yes, it does. You got banished. That's funny. Okay. Oh, I need a shade up on that window because the sun coming in the side window is very warm. But it was snuggly and warm in there with all of you. And you were right to a really nice cup of coffee. that teal green color, that's my Yeti. You were in there with my Yeti. That's funny stuff. Oh, isn't it pretty through here? This is I just refer to all this area between Evanston and Ogden as the canyon. There's actually a couple of little like canyons that we go through, but we go by Devil's Slide. Lots of Leos in my family too. I worked in Gold 32 years, yep. My brother was city and county, and my grandfather was city and county. The grandfather who adopted my dad. Who else? My Uncle Gordon is, a guard at the county jail. Yeah, I've got law enforcement in my family. It wouldn't surprise me if my nephew Benjamin went into law enforcement. I wonder what he's studying, because he's in college now. I'll have to ask my stepmom what Benjamin is studying. What are his plans? He's such an amazingly intelligent, been amazing in athletics, and I believe in his academics his whole life. He's like one of those, excellent achievers that just like outshined everybody his whole life. I've never seen a kid, even when he was, just barely not a toddler anymore, playing football and baseball like a teenager would. He was amazing. So I can only guess that he's just as amazing now. Okay, yeah, I think, there's no reason why she can't do that, Are they letting 18-year-olds get their CDL now? I keep hearing about that. Or is that something that's in the works? Because otherwise you had to be 21, which no problem here, been there twice over. Yeah, so that was 2018. I was 49 years old when I started. I was, 48, 49, the end of 2017 was when I started studying. And I just walked into DMV and I took the test. So you might as well take the endorsement test, at least in Idaho. I don't remember how much the main test was, but every time you add one of the endorsement tests, it's only $3 more. So it was $3 more for doubles and triples, $3 more for tankers. So I got those endorsements, and I paid for my hazmat, but I hadn't gotten the hazmat background check yet. So when I was in school, the director called me in and she said, go get your hazmat background check so that you can have that too. And the reason why she said that is so that there were lots of options for me to get started. I was very happy. Yeah, so, and Nana Michelle, I don't know if that's a law that has been passed that has, yet to be enacted, if that's something they're talking about doing, or if that is a done deal. I have no idea. I know that the accredited truck driving school thing, that was in the works for a long time, and they finally passed the law, and that has yet to be enacted. But I think I got a lot out. I originally was going to have a guy teach me how to drive truck, but the insurance for the company who was, that he was like partnered with, wouldn't let them do that. So that was my original plan. And it was after that someone said, go see if you can get a grant. So then I walked in, and old Charlie at the Department of Labor got me a grant, just lickety-split. And that was in February of 2018. I remember that. My first day of truck driving school was February 14th, and that was my wedding anniversary. And Wayne wanted to come back to the States, stop working, those overseas jobs. He wanted to come back and be a truck driver. So, yeah, that makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. Oh, my ears are popping. What a relief. Didn't even know that the pressure was there until they started popping. Sure is pretty through here. Very pretty. So 4.7 miles to where Interstate 84 comes into the 80. We'll be taking that, heading towards Morgan and Hennifer, Utah. Utah is very beautiful. It's got that rugged beauty. What mountains are these? Okay, so this is like what I call the canyon in between the Evanston, Wyoming, and coming down into Ogden, Utah. So over on the right, to my right, are the Wasatch Mountains. And when I get on I-84 down here and turn to go west, I'll kind of go through some of those lower areas of the Wasatch, like through some of the canyons, and come out on the other side of the Wasatch Mountains into Ogden. And then I'll turn and go north on Interstate 84, and the Wasatch Mountains will be on my right. But I'll be going north this time. So I'm kind of like coming down, you know, through this cut and cutting across them. They're very pretty. Interstate 84 is 3.5 miles ahead of me. Then we'll come down into Ogden, and I'll stop the live stream and let everybody else go live, and I'll get my fuel and poop the dog and go in and get some more pork rinds and water. Maybe some of my sugar-free peanut butter cups. Can't eat too many of those because it'll, you know, that kind of thing can stall your weight loss. So got to be careful of that. And then I'll listen to like Granny D go live and listen to some other, you know, all my girls, their videos that are in my watch later list. And I'm aiming for the Bliss, Idaho westbound rest area for tonight. That'll be about 520 miles today. Having a problem sleeping, so my stamina isn't what it was a couple of months ago. Like early September, it was really good. It was so good. There were several days I ran well over 600 miles. Of course, the days were longer, of course, but isn't that rock formation on the mountain there pretty?
2 miles. Take exit 168 I-84 west toward
I-84 west
Ogden.
towards Ogden. Coming down the canyon. So nice through here. So pretty. There's an area along here they call Devil's Slide that's very pretty. Poop the granny. Poop the granny! Love it. Okay, D. I'll see you on your live. Have you ordered from Webs before? Nope. So I am really into Premier yarns, the DK and the worsted. So I've ordered from Premier. I've never ordered from Webs, and you know I order from Lovecrafts, and I like Hobby and Hobium and Ice and Gia, the yarn nut store. Of course, I don't think she's shipping right now. I've been trying to get a hold of her and I can't.
Take exit 168 west toward Ogden.
Well, I see it about once or twice a week with this run that I've been doing. I really like this run between Portland and Denver. Well, it's between Halsey and Denver, really, which is south of Portland, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So, does anybody know? My friend called me yesterday. Love you, sweetie. See ya in your live. My friend called me and said that going up I-5 from Salem to Portland, I enjoyed the ride along. Mia. Okay, have a great day, sweetie. So, going north on I-5, there were like firefighters and ambulances and emergency vehicles, and they were like holding up flags and doing some kind of celebration. They were on overpasses. They were everywhere, and I have no clue as to what that was about. And that was in Oregon. And I didn't know if that was a nationwide thing or if it was just regional. Does anybody know anything about what was going on there yesterday? That was a weird thing. Apparently these firefighters were holding up flags like on overpasses, and then she saw like 50 emergency vehicles like in a convoy coming down, the southbound side. So she called me up. She's like, what is this all about? And I'm like, first I've heard of it. I need to call my mom and find out, because I bet she knows. But yeah, I don't know what all the, first responders, emergency workers were doing. They were, I don't know, waving flags and like celebrating, and all their lights were on, and I don't know what was going on there. They lost one of their own and were paid. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe they were celebrating somebody's life. But it was like a celebration, the way she described it. Waving the flag and, coming down the freeway in a 50 vehicle convoy with, all of their emergency lights on. I'm so out of the loop on everything. Everything I am out of the loop on. So this is this Morgan or Hennifer? I always get the two mixed up. This is either Morgan or Hennifer. I think it's Morgan. Patty, was that in the Northwest? Oh, this is the Hennifer area. Hennifer and Echo area. And then we'll come down here and we'll go through Morgan. I don't know. Oh, when they are taking them home. Oh. Wow. Oh, okay. So, Michelle, that is an Oregon license plate number 319KQV. That belongs to a guy named, an older gentleman named Ralph Davis Brown, who has been missing since March of last year. There is a Facebook page called Find Ralph Davis Brown. A barn fire in St. Paul? Really? Yeah, Wanda, that's what it sounds like. So it sounds like in St. Paul, Oregon, there was a barn fire. So anyway, Ralph Davis Brown is the former mayor of Cornelius, Oregon. And one night he has Alzheimer's. He has dementia. And one night he's sitting there, one evening, he's sitting there with his wife, and he stands up and he says, well, it was nice talking to you. I'm headed home. And he walked out the door. And they think maybe in his mind, he thought he was visiting with his mother or visiting with somebody, and then he was headed home. When in actuality, he was already home. Okay, and then he drove off in his blue Toyota Corolla or Toyota Tercel, some kind of blue Toyota sedan with that license plate number. And there are Louisiana to Salt Lake. Wow. Yep, those were the days before the interstates. The Lincoln Highway going through Wyoming was just a 2-lane highway. So yeah, so Ralph Davis Brown just walked out of his house, and there are a couple of text messages from him throughout the night when, I think, with his daughter, when they were trying to figure out where he was. And you know, they've tracked his phone signal. Oh, he was only 30 years old. Oh my goodness, that must have been what it was. So I'll tell Audrey when I talk to her later what that was. I should be seeing her today or tomorrow. Passing by me the other way. Yeah. So anyway, Ralph, you know, there were some text messages. He says, I'm in the bushes. And apparently that was a phrase that was quite common many decades ago that meant I'm confused. Or he could have been in the bushes because nobody has found his car. He was around some bodies of water around the Newberg, Oregon area. And, you know, they kind of traced the areas where his signal, you know, was, where the, you know, phone company shows his phone. So, I don't know, I just put it up there because, you know, sometimes I'm down in that area, and, you know, he was lost like somewhere between Newberg, which is west of I-5, and I-5. So somewhere in that area. So if I'm walking Dooley and I come across, you know, a blue Toyota sedan with those plates in the brush, you know, obviously the car is not visible wherever it's at because nobody has found it in almost a year. So anyway, that's just his license plates, and I just kind of keep it up there until he's found. So yeah, on Facebook, that's Find Ralph Davis Brown. And that YouTube channel called Adventures with Purpose, where they look for vehicles underwater and have found many. They have looked in several bodies of water for Ralph. So I've been, you know, loosely following the story. Okay, I'm coming up on the Devil's Slide. This is it. That right in front of us, kind of to the right, that's Devil's Slide. Very pretty. So Ralph Davis Brown is still missing after like March of last year. I just think it would be horrible to loot for a loved one to just disappear into thin air, you know, no trace. And that's what happened with him. They don't suspect foul play. They truly believe he got himself in a situation where he expired, you know, like he got in underwater, or he got someplace he couldn't get out of. That Adventures with Purpose YouTube channel, they find a lot. They have found several, you know, cars, and then, you know, the divers will say, yes, there are remains inside the car, and, you know, of course they do DNA testing, and, you know, the local law enforcement will have some DNA confirmation, you know, at some point, but Adventures with Purpose will, you know, help get the, you know, find the car, and they'll say, I see remains, or I don't see remains. Yay! not very far away now. Michelle's Mosaics and more. Did she just go live? You know what? I'm going to end this live right now so we can go see her live. Because it looks like she just went live. Chaos Divers, I'll have to check them out. But it looks like Michelle's Mosaics and more just went live. I'm gonna take a look. If that's what it looks like. I don't think it was just a video uploaded. Let's see. Got my tablet plugged in. Okay, YouTube. Oh, no, Oh, wow, I got nothing on my battery. Thanks. Okay, search. Michelle's Mosaics and more. Searching. Oh, there goes my tablet. Okay, anyway, I'm going to go off the live and concentrate on these curves and check out what Michelle just did. Okay? Okay, I love you guys. Bye.